Alrighty. Oh boy. I cannot believe I have to fucking defend Jimmy Kimmel. Also Jimmy Fallon. Just the Jimmies. But this is where we're at. This is where we're at. Y'all, it's not good. It is not good when we are at a point where we have to defend the Jimmies in the name of protecting our right to free speech, our constitutional amendments, to push back on fascism. I have to defend Jimmy Fallon. Oh, you don't think... if you think Jimmy Fallon's show is already so insufferable, it's about to get that much worse because Trump already tweeted out. This is what he said. Great news for America. The ratings challenge Jimmy Kimmel's show is canceled. Congratulations to ABC for finally having the courage to do what needed to be done. Kimmel has zero talent and worse ratings than even Colbert, if that's possible. That leaves Jimmy and Seth, two total losers on fake news NBC. Their ratings are also horrible. Do it, NBC. President DJT. So that's what's going on, okay? All right. Oh my God, y'all. I am trying to find a way. I am trying to find a way to say something other than, yeah, it's really fucking bad. It's bad. It's been bad. It's bad. It is bad. Okay. And this is why also for the last 2 years, seeing pro-Palestine protesters be fired, let me turn the music off, be fired, be deported, all of these attacks on free speech, those of us who've been standing up to try and defend those have been doing so because we go, it doesn't start and stop with Palestine. Like, fascism means the state seeks to control all of media. Fascism means the state seeks to control all speech that they do not like. So it's not just it's not just the pro-Palestine supporters. So for liberals who have either not said anything and watched people be deported, watched people be kidnapped, watched people be fired from their jobs, watched people be kicked out of school, if you have said nothing or if you supported that, well, now Jimmy Kimmel's been suspended. Okay, like that is the natural progression. We are now at the point of Jimmy Kimmel's show being suspended indefinitely. All right? You didn't have a problem when Democrats were doing it? Tell me, new phone. What were Democrats doing? Have you really think that what is going on right now with the right-wing power in this country is at all equivalent to democratic actions? Please, pray tell, what are your examples? What are your examples? Because I'm going to tell you something that might blow your mind. You're going to be so shocked when you hear that the power in this country is right-wing. The power in this country, our institutions have been capitulating one by one to the right because that is who has the power. You think leftists on Twitter screaming about, the things that you see them screaming about, you think that that's power? Do you think that that is at all comparable to the massive right-wing power in this country? You're crazy. It's a victim mentality when we can see with our own eyes what's going on. And here's the thing. To defend free speech means to defend free speech. Speech that you do not like. It is fascism. It is fascism when you say speech for me and not for thee. Don't you remember Trump being deplatformed? So Trump inciting an insurrection and being deplatformed on a social media platform, and then returning, by the way, being re-platformed, is not the equivalent to what is happening now, which is that anybody who is critical, anybody who condemns political violence but is critical of a fucking podcaster, if you are not singing the praises of a person who was a white supremacist, who very proudly said the things he said when he was alive, if you are critical of that, now you are getting fired from your job. They are calling on, Pam Bondi said she's going to take away the First Amendment from speech that she does not like. So you will not have constitutional protections, is what she's saying. Being deported. Anyway, as a foreigner, can you please explain how Jimmy Kimmel could be pulled off the air for a joke while Fox News still keeps its license after spreading misinformation and disinformation about the election, having co-hosts spread direct hate towards individuals, including elected officials? Oh, do you mean Brian Kilmeade a few days ago saying that we should kill homeless people? You mean Brian Kilmeade on national TV advocating for euthanizing homeless people, and that's fine? Or Nancy Mace, Elon Musk, all these other major public figures saying that the shooter was trans, like the second that the news came out that Charlie Kirk had been shot, and that's completely fine. And then inciting violence towards the trans community. You mean using that as an excuse to further take rights away from to try and eradicate trans existence? You mean that? You mean, why was Jimmy Kimmel saying, let me pull up his exact quotes. Here's what he said. We hit some new lows over the weekend with the MAGA gang desperately trying to characterize this kid who murdered Charlie Kirk as anything other than one of them and doing everything they can to score political points from it. That is what Jimmy Kimmel said. But remember, here's the difference. Here's the difference. The way that fascism works is that fascists go, oh, no. I am allowed to say anything I want to say and face no consequences for it. You are not allowed to say anything that I don't want you to say. And because I have the power, I will use that power to punish you. And here's the thing, too. This is not because, to be very clear, it's not because ABC themselves went, we don't like those comments. It is because the FCC chairman made threats to ABC over Jimmy Kimmel's comment on his show. This is where this is coming from. Helios, thank you for the bits. It would be good to watch. Oh, V for Vendetta. Yeah, very timely film. Very, very timely. Let me move this down here. Unfortunately. The chairman of the FCC is warning of potential action over a comment that Jimmy Kimmel made during a monologue on his ABC late night talk show about the suspect in the assassination of Charlie Kirk. You know what's crazy is that more people are facing consequences. More people are facing consequences for saying things about Charlie Kirk than Charlie Kirk faced while he was alive for saying the things that he said. We are in hell. We are in hell. And I know we keep being like, where are the free speech defenders? Where are the anti-cancel culture warriors? Where's the like comedy is dead? Where are all those people? Well, obviously they're full of shit. Okay. Obviously they are they are not consistent in what they have been waging a war on, because ultimately it is about wanting to silence people who you don't like what they're saying, but allow total freedom for yourself. That's what this is. More people have faced consequences over Charlie Kirk than over Epstein. Yeah, I mean, it's okay. So anyway, so it's really important to understand that Kimmel was not suspended because there was some because there was either like any type of backlash coming from viewers of the show. That was not it. And this was not ABC making the decision initially. It was them caving to threats from the FCC. And let me show you this thread. Okay. Nexstar Tegna deal puts Trump move to eliminate broadcast ownership rules to the test. So the reason that ABC and these other institutions are caving is because they want to remain in good graces with the Trump administration. So for the same reasons that Paramount settled that bullshit lawsuit with Trump over the 60 Minutes interview, because they wanted to ensure that Donald Trump, that Brendan Carr, Donald Trump's FCC head, would not stop the merger from going through. They were like, here's a bribe. Here's money. What else can we're hiring Barry Weiss. We are going to show you that we are a friend to you. These corporations are making calculations, and they are assuming that for Trump's presidency, they can capitulate entirely to what he wants. And then when he's out of office, say a Democrat comes in, they won't be punished for it. This is the calculation that they're making. They're like, yeah, no problem. No problem. We will completely capitulate to the Trump administration. We will allow the state to control media in this country. And then when Democrats come back into power, like, it's fine. No big deal. It's always about money. That's what this is. Also, there's a really massive difference between a private company like Twitter choosing to deplatform someone versus the government taking action to deplatform someone. People are losing their jobs. That is not the same thing as Donald Trump having been deplatformed for inciting an insurrection. People are losing their jobs if they do not sing the praises of a MAGA podcaster who was killed. That is the state that we are in. Save us, Austin. Oh, baby. I am not going to lie. It is not looking good. Okay, let me read this piece. So, FCC head Brendan Carr says he wants to abolish decades-old ownership caps on how many TV stations one company can own. But opponents argue that's for Congress to decide. FCC Chair Brendan Carr has moved to change rules limiting TV station ownership by companies. Opponents argue that the FCC doesn't have the authority to make such a change on its own. For decades, the FCC has operated a strict cap on the number of households that one company is allowed to reach through the television stations that it owns. But the deal announced Tuesday that would see Nexstar Media Group acquire Tegna for $6.2 billion in cash would create a company that would blow past that cap if the transaction is allowed by the FCC. The merger will put to the test the Trump administration's stated ambition to abolish these long-standing rules. Opponents argue that those limits were set by Congress and that only Congress can change them. Either way, Nexstar is clearly banking on the Trump administration to pave the way for the deal to go through. So, Nexstar is trying to push through this merger with the support of Brendan Carr, the head of the FCC. Okay, they are one of the largest operators of TV stations. They said they would not run Kimmel's show for the foreseeable future because they are trying to be in the good graces of Donald Trump and of his administration. So this is what is going on. All of these corporations who don't want to incur the wrath of Trump, who has already, he publicly states like, yeah, I will punish you. If you don't get in line, if you don't kiss the ring, if you don't do things the Trump way, I will punish you. He states his intent very publicly. To all my apolitical friends, it's time to start paying attention because fascism will come for all of us. Yes, it is. It's why when we were seeing over the past 2 years, people who were supporting Palestinian liberation, who were anti-Israel, when we were seeing the consequences they were facing, those of us on the left trying to raise the alarm bells and go, every single person needs to recognize what path we are on. So you may not be a part of the pro-Palestine cause. You may have your individual opinions here, but if you do not stand up and push back against people being punished for their right to free speech, for their right to protest, well, guess what? It's going to come for you. Lux Progressive, thank you for the raid. The initiatives being pursued by the Trump administration offer local broadcasters the opportunity to expand reach, level the playing field, and compete more effectively with the big tech and legacy media companies that have unchecked reach and vast financial resources. Nexstar Chief Executive Perry Sook said in a statement. Nexstar expects the deal to close by the end of 2026. So if you're wondering why these decisions are being made as such, it's because of reasons like this. Every single reporter who is reporting on this needs to be putting front and center these facts. The FCC will be voting on ownership rules that will directly impact Nexstar's ability to purchase Tegna. So journalists who are writing about what is happening, whether it's, the Jimmy Kimmel story or whatever else, like this needs to be made very clear. It cannot be framed as ABC suspended Jimmy Kimmel's show because of the comments that he made. No. It's bigger than that. It's big. The line of, the line of who's calling the shots here. This is coming from, the nexus is the Trump administration, is Donald Trump. Just wait until not adequately praising the dear leader is a crime. I mean, that's like where we're at. Yeah. That's where we're at, is like criticism of Trump. It's basically Pam Bondi saying that threatening to take the First Amendment away from what she calls hate speech. This is what this is. So it means that criticism of anything that Trump and his lackeys do not like, any speech they do not like, they will punish. The fact that the CEOs of Discord, Steam, Twitch, and Reddit have to appear before an oversight committee is, in my opinion, almost worse than the Kimmel incident. It's all part of this environment where we are seeing blatant violations of free speech and our First Amendment rights. So like it's all connected. There's not like one that's necessarily worse than the other. It's all related. This all comes from the desire for control. So these right-wing, the people in power, they want to control the internet. They want to control what people are seeing and what people are saying. So that is why Twitch, Reddit, Discord, why they're being called to testify in front of authorities. They are trying to blame the radicalization on these platforms because they want to control information. It's the damn video games, brother. And a lot of people don't know what's going on. They do not, which is why like good journalism is as important now as ever. But as more and more of these media companies are capitulating to fascism, we are going to be seeing more and more of a dearth of real, reporting.
Disney and the ABC network are taking Jimmy Kimmel Live off the air indefinitely. This follows a controversy over comments the late-night comedian made Monday night about Charlie Kirk's suspected killer and the MAGA movement and their reaction to the assassination. Let's get straight to CNN's chief media.
I mean, look at how no one is talking about 2 lynchings in a single day. Yes, because the message they're also sending is that political violence in this country is only violence if it happens to people like Charlie Kirk. If you are white, then that is considered violence against you. And then any speech related to those events will be punishable. And I mean, we see whose lives matter and whose lives don't.
Paris correspondent Brian Stelter. Brian, what is going on?
What is going on? What is going on? And you know what's really rich too? It's very rich to see liberals and Democrats now who are going, this is fascism. This is fascism. This is the worst violation of free speech we've seen. It's like, oh, really? Because when you guys over the past 2 years have been defending the crackdowns on Palestine supporters, on protesters, you were supporting fascism. You were supporting these same violations of free speech.
That's right. This is fast developing this afternoon, Jake, amid pressure from the Trump-aligned FCC. And in the past few minutes, ABC confirmed to CNN that
it's just because they're coming for people like Jimmy Kimmel now. You see what I mean by like how many so-called liberals have expressed outrage over the killing of Charlie Kirk, going, I can't, this is so shocking, this violence. And that is because Charlie Kirk is a person that they look at as a human being. But other people who have been the victims of violence, who are not Charlie Kirk, have not elicited the same emotional response, have not elicited this mass global response. And same thing with free speech violations.
Kimmel show will be off the air, quote, indefinitely. We have not yet heard from Kimmel or his representatives. That's how quickly this has been developing. But let's back up and look at what Kimmel actually...
This is fucking crazy. A major American broadcaster is now demanding that Jimmy Kimmel donate to Turning Point USA. What is happening? Sinclair, who owns like all of local news in this country, by the way. If you've never seen I think it was John Oliver's episode of Sinclair where they did like a whole compilation of local news reporters saying the exact same thing because they follow the exact same fucking script. Sinclair also calls upon Mr. Kimmel to issue a direct apology to the Kirk family. Furthermore, we asked Mr. Kimmel to make a meaningful personal donation to the Kirk family and Turning Point USA. Regardless of ABC's plans for the future of the program, Sinclair intends not to return Jimmy Kimmel Live to our air until we are confident that appropriate steps have been taken to uphold the standards expected of a national broadcast platform. Oh my fucking God. And Sinclair's ABC stations to air special in remembrance of Charlie Kirk during Jimmy Kimmel Live Friday time slot. This is insane. This is insane. It's madness. Sinclair's ABC stations will air a special in remembrance of Charlie Kirk this Friday during the Jimmy Kimmel time slot. The special will also air across all Sinclair stations this weekend. In addition, Sinclair is offering the special to all ABC affiliates across the country. What do you even say at this point? What the fuck do you even say? I don't know. Don't, like, I guess what I will remind us of, pretty soon we're only going to be able to watch the Charlie Kirk Memorial News and Entertainment Channel and play games made by Grums. No. We are not going to let this happen. We are not going to let this happen. We cannot let them cower us into silence because of all of these threats, because of all of these abuses of power. Fuck that. I'm dying way before that. Mm-mm. Fuck that. No. Here's the thing. We may not have the power. We have the people, and we just have to keep reminding ourselves of that. And we need everyone to recognize that if we allow this to keep happening, if we don't fight back against this new reality, it's bad for all of us. We cannot allow this. We cannot just throw up our hands and go, well, I guess that's it. I guess we only can play games made by Grums and watch the Charlie Kirk Memorial News and Entertainment Channel. I guess, I have to only post about how much I love fascists. I have to sing the praises of racists, of bigots. No, I will not. No. He just has to apologize and make a small donation. What's the big deal? I really hope you're joking. I need you, chatter. I need you to see the insanity of this situation. Let me spell it out for you. Somebody who was a right-wing influencer was violently killed. That is horrible. Nobody is condoning that. We do not want this type of violence to continue in our society. But what has happened after that is essentially, it does not matter if you condemn that violence. If you are not singing the praises of said MAGA podcaster, you are losing your job. You are being kicked off the air. They are threatening to throw people in prison if they can. They are going to take people's passports. This is not something that is no big deal. Also, that's fucking crazy that he has to make a donation to Turning Point USA. Why? Who else has this happened for? This doesn't even happen for politicians. Do you understand that free speech means that we can say that we didn't agree with somebody and not have to face losing our livelihoods? What do you mean? He has to, no, you don't. This is capitulation. This is threats. This is trying to get people in line by going, if you do not do what we are telling you, and then after that point, all of your speech has to be in line with what we want, then you're gone. So no, it's not just an apology and not just a small donation. No. You're misunderstanding. Jimmy will lose tons of money from losing the show. That's not what this is about. It's not. The problem here too is not Jimmy Kimmel specifically. I don't fucking care about Jimmy Kimmel. I cannot believe I have to fucking defend Jimmy Kimmel. I am losing my mind that I'm probably going to have to defend Jimmy fucking Fallon. It's not about them. It is about the current environment that we are in. where our free speech rights are under direct threat, where it's like, if you are not singing the praises of a podcaster who said really horrible things and was murdered in a horrible way, then Donald Trump is bringing the hammer down on you. So it's so much bigger than this. It's not about just Jimmy Kimmel. Jimmy Kimmel is just is one person. This is just one example of how we are living under state control. That's what this is about. It's about control. That there can be no opposition, that there can be no dissent. So we cannot settle for this. We cannot go, okay, yeah, just make your apology. It's about control. And it doesn't begin and end with this. Innocent people on the show and staff will get laid off. Not fair to the workers. You're not hearing me. You're not understanding that this does not fix the problem to have Jimmy Kimmel apologize for saying the shooter was one of MAGA's own, and then make a donation. It does not change the reality of what is happening here. It's not about these people like being out of a job on the Jimmy Kimmel show. People are losing jobs already. First of all, people are losing jobs. You do not capitulate to authoritarianism, because it only gets worse from here. The issue is not Jimmy Kimmel. I know. Like, we're talking about losing your rights. We are talking about losing our First Amendment right. When speech is no longer protected in this country, when dissent is no longer allowed, we are no longer a fair and free democracy. You know, the freedom that we always are singing about here in the United States of America, there is no freedom. There is no freedom if you cannot criticize your government. There is no freedom if you cannot criticize the words of a podcaster who is dead. So it's about so much more than people on Jimmy Kimmel's show potentially losing jobs if the show is suspended indefinitely.
Said on the program that has caused controversy. This is from Monday night in his Monday evening monologue.
Yes, it's talking about Kirk today. Tomorrow, what if you lose your job for calling it an abortion, not murder? Right, like this is just the beginning of the road. It doesn't begin and end with this. It is any speech that you say, that the fascist administration does not like. Giving them an inch, they take an entire fucking mile. They will prosecute anyone and anything that is in opposition to their power. That is what censorship is. That is what taking away the right to free speech is. And the other thing too, it's not taking all free speech. It's speech of those who are in opposition. It's any critical speech. If you say something that they're like, yep, that's good, which is what we see all the time. Brian Kilmeade fucking said to euthanize homeless people on Fox News. Do you see any repercussions there? Somebody who was literally calling for violence against homeless people by saying to kill them.
Kimmel suggested that the alleged killer of Charlie Kirk might have been a pro-Trump Republican. He said, quote, "The MAGA gang desperately trying to characterize this kid who murdered Charlie Kirk as anything other than one of them and doing everything they can to score political points from it." He said, in between the finger pointing,
I honestly just have to ignore chat for now because I am going to crash out harder than I have ever crashed out. Devil's advocate. First of all, I just want to say, for the most part, whenever anybody starts a sentence with devil's advocate, they're about to say the stupidest fucking thing I've ever heard. That is just how it goes. Devil's advocate, and then the dumbest thing you've ever heard in your life. Isn't them kicking Jimmy Kimmel off their network kind of the same thing as you banning a chatter? I can't, this is too dumb. This is too dumb that I can't even, it's not even worthy of me telling you why.
there was grieving. Kimmel was expressing what we've heard some other liberals say in recent days, that the motives are unclear.
The devil does not need an advocate. The devil does not need an advocate.
And that maybe the suspect in this case was a Republican or was some sort of far-right fringe figure. Of course, there has been a lot of discussion about that in recent days. There's a lot of evidence pointing in other directions about the suspect. But Kimmel was on the air talking about this, making a very serious commentary amid his jokes in his monologue Monday night. Here's where it became interesting earlier today. The FCC chairman, Brendan Carr, went on a far-right webcast and condemned Kimmel and urged ABC to suspend him. He also talked about possible regulatory punishments of Disney because there are lots of different stations that have licenses with the FCC. Within the past hour, we've heard from a big owner of stations that have affiliations with ABC, a company called Nexstar.
Not only are they anti-free speech, they're cringe as fuck. I asked FCC Chair Brendan Carr if he had any new comment now that ABC has pulled Jimmy Kimmel's show, and he sent me this GIF. Of course, everything is so stupid because it is. Because there is no, these people are the worst people ever. So of course, it's a fucking clown show. Of course, everything is like juvenile. It is simultaneously the worst timeline, the dumbest timeline. Yes. The same people who said comedy is dead, right? Oh wait, but comedy is legal again. Yeah, well, this is their comedy, by the way. This is what they think is funny. It's like, oh my God, if only these fascists at least were funny. If only, oh my God.
That they were going to suspend Kimmel's show on their station. So in other words, about 24 stations were refusing to air Kimmel's show tonight as a result of this controversy. And then following word that some of those stations were basically revolting against Kimmel, Disney, the parent company of ABC, decided to yank the show entirely. So that's all we know at the moment. We know that Kimmel will not be on the air tonight or for the foreseeable future because the network says the show has been yanked off the air indefinitely.
Brian, just to take one issue, your interpretation of what Kimmel said, I think, is the one that Brendan Carr had and the one that the individual...
Stubby's tweet. They're gonna make Jimmy Fallon use a Ouija board to lip sync battle Charlie Kirk's ghost. It's true though. There is nothing that you can say that is out of the realm of possibility. That's where we're at. There is no satire that can exaggerate the absurdity of our current reality. Yeah, they're going to get an AI Charlie Kirk who Jimmy Fallon sits down with and like interviews. We're already there. We already have the AI Charlies. Dee Dee, thank you for the bits. I mean, I'm laughing because it is so absurd, but this absurdity is real life. Fox News, yes, of course, this is what I've been referring to. Fox News host calls for lethal injections. Days later, a homeless camp mass shooting. People were injured in a mass shooting in a homeless encampment. Nobody cares. Nobody gives a shit. Nobody cares. They don't fucking care when kids are being shot up in their schools. They don't care when people are murdering homeless people. They don't care about Palestinians in Gaza. None of that matters. None of that is violence that needs to be ended. It's it's so maddening. It's so maddening because the hypocrisy is so maddening, and because pointing it out doesn't matter because they don't give a fuck. That's the point. They say what they want. The right says and does what they want, and they see what they can get away with. That's what they do. It's been 9 months. It has been the length of a fetus cooking in a womb. That's how long it's been that Donald Trump's second term has been taking place. No one shed a tear when Alex Jones got fined $1 billion for his lies. I don't want to share because it's genuinely disturbing, but a conservative musical artist made a song that's plainly calling for lynching. Oh, yes, I know. I was going to talk about the Trey Reed news story, where you have a conservative artist in the wake of this week where people are being punished. They are losing their jobs. They are being threatened because they're like, yeah, Charlie Kirk shouldn't have been killed, but I didn't like the guy. Meanwhile, you have MAGA artists making songs about lynching, as lynchings are still happening in this country. Actually, it's been less than 8 months. Oh my fucking God. Oh God. Have you seen Club Chalamet's reaction to the firing? You know what? Just what I needed. Just what I needed is Club Chalamet's. Where is Club Chalamet? What the fuck is happening in this country the past week? I mean, 10 years is not right. Of course, this psycho is like, what's another opportunity for me to post a picture of Timothy Chalamet? Oh my God. Oh my God. Do you know what's really funny to me too? First of all, this is not cancel culture. We have moved past cancel culture. This is state sanctioned repression. This is the state seeking to control the media because that is a step in a fascist regime. This is not fucking cancel culture. But as far as cancel culture goes, I love the equating of like wealthy, famous men who are sex abusers being canceled, which means like really just take 6 months to a year off and then you can come back, to what is happening right now. They're like, oh yeah, fuck around and get a taste of your own medicine. I just have to say, like, also those are not equivalent, okay? And also, though, the difference is who actually possesses power in this country. And it's very funny to me. It is like laughably absurd to act as if leftists on the internet have any fucking type of power here. As if we're such a threat. Oh yeah, leftists on Twitter, that's who's in control of things? Really? Because last time I checked, the left didn't have power. We don't have institutional power. Yeah, canceled people said mean things about a sex pest guy who continued his life as normal. Ben Shen, thank you for the tier 1. Maddie Dems, thank you for the tier 1. Hold on a second. Sorry, you might hear a noise. You might hear a noise. Let me fix one thing. Sorry, I just need to read. Okay, there we go. Oh, Bees. Sorry, my alerts are being weird. Bees Radio, thank you for the 5 gifted subs. Okay. Oh, Lordy. Low Brian, thank you for the 15 months.
Next, our have. But what he said specifically was, quote, the MAGA gang is desperately trying to...
Are you going to cover the David situation? It's fine if you don't, because it's super fucked. I probably will cover that. I don't know if I'll get to it today.
Characterize this kid who murdered Charlie Kirk as anything other than one of them and doing everything they can to score political points from it. That can be read in several ways.
Thank you for the 24 months. Crazy Cat Lady, thank you.
It could also
Rebel
be
Mike,
it could also be
Rocks,
argued he's saying that what the MAGA gang is doing is just trying to make sure that they don't have any ownership of it, not necessarily that this killer, this horrible person, was part of them. I mean,
I think you're making a very important point.
Yeah,
you're making a very important point. And let's take it a little bit step further. This was all on Monday night. Nobody seemed to notice this yesterday, Jake. This all erupted in the past few hours when the Trump-aligned FCC chairman decided to point at it. Now, I've heard from
yes, that is where this is coming from. That is where this is coming from. The FCC chairman, Brendan Carr, was like, fix this situation, or we're going to fuck you over. And that is a threat. And that is now ABC responding to those threats. And the other stations that air Jimmy Kimmel, not wanting to get in the bad graces of Donald Trump. Jojo, thank you. You're who I want to be when I grow up. Strong vocal women. Well, right now I'm a woman who's losing her fucking mind, but trying to keep it together. Tim Poles Airline, thank you. Tacoma Blues, Bad Word TV, Aaliyah, thank you. Somebody said, how do you predict political jokes on talk shows will go in the future? Does this set the precedent? I hate that it might. The precedent has been set. Like, I want to be clear that anybody who's saying right now that this is the beginning, or like this is the free speech, this is the free speech violation, this has been happening. It's just that it has been happening to, say, Palestinian supporters. And a lot of liberals in the media, like namely Jake Tapper here, they have not supported that cause. And so they have supported people in this country facing consequences for free speech around Israel and Palestine. But yes, no, this is all a part of that dangerous precedent that has been set, that is being set. So this is sending the message. And I will say too, I do think like the Charlie Kirk assassination is already proving to be one of the most consequential incidents of the MAGA era. Like, it's been bad, and we've just reached a critical, like, we've reached critical cap. And the way that in the last week we have seen how we have seen the responses to Charlie Kirk's murder, and how the Trump administration is openly saying that they are cracking down on institutions and individuals who have commented on Charlie Kirk's death, and it's not just going to be about Charlie Kirk's death. It's going to be everything, okay? Who have commented in a way that is not singing his praises. Bro, I literally saw a tweet today that was somebody tweeting about how the Bengals did not do a tribute for Charlie Kirk, and they're like, we need to go after the Bengals. We need to go after the Bengals, a sports team, for not doing a tribute to a MAGA podcaster. I know. I am. Cancel the Bengals. Take him down. Knife emoji. Thank you for the prime.
In the past few minutes, Brendan Carr thanking Nexstar for doing the right thing by yanking the show. He has not yet commented on ABC yanking the show altogether across the entire country. But let's remember that when Stephen Colbert's show was canceled.
And I will say too, I have friends. I have friends in journalism, in the content industry, who are already feeling this crackdown. They are losing advertisers. They are losing sponsors. They are, facing the consequences for not even saying for not, it's not even that they went hard on Charlie Kirk or anything. They were just because they did not put out statements. They didn't put out, they haven't put out any pieces that are like Charlie Kirk was the best. Charlie Kirk was Jesus. Just refusing to lionize Charlie Kirk's legacy is resulting already in consequences.
Over the summer, what did President Trump say? He said, next up will be an even less talented Jimmy Kimmel. It is clear.
That's what he's talking about right now. Have you talked about how when Colbert's show was canceled, Trump tweeted that Jimmy Kimmel is going to be next? And you know who he tweeted? He now said, let's go after Seth and Jimmy Fallon. And that is why I am also in pain today that I have to defend Jimmy fucking Fallon. The fact that I have to defend Jimmy Kimmel, bad enough.
That pro-Trump allies have been trying to target ABC over Kimmel for several weeks now, and tonight they've prevailed.
Yeah, Brian Stelter, thanks so much for that breaking news. Let's go right to the panel. And let me first start by showing, I wondered what was going on earlier today when I saw this pop up on Twitter. This is the FCC chairman, Brendan Carr.
Animated Sarah, thank you for the raid.
On a far-right podcast.
No, thank you for the tier 1 Chang. Thank you for the 9 months. Wonder God, thank you for 25.
What Kimmel's comments were. Let's roll that tape.
When you look at the conduct that has taken place by Jimmy Kimmel, it appears to be some of the sickest conduct possible. Obviously, look, there's calls for Kimmel to be fired. I think, you could certainly see a path forward for suspension over this. And again, the FCC is going to have remedies that we could look at.
Joe, are you comfortable with the FCC?
John Oliver team currently debating how much prison time they want to serve for their next episode.
Are you playing this role?
I don't think this is a legal issue. I don't think this can be pointed to the FCC or the Trump administration and say, well, this is about them going after Kimmel because of what he said. Personally, I think it's more of a cultural issue. And I got to tell you, look, I'm about as moderate.
No, it's not culture when it is state-sanctioned repression. That's what this is. It's not culture.
Republican as you're going to get. I'm from New York. I have not been comfortable watching late night television for 15 years because when you have conservative leanings and you're constantly...
Bro, Greg Gutfeld is the #1 late night show. What are we even talking about? Fox News still dominates the mainstream news media. What are we... For 15 years, why didn't you just fucking not watch it then, you loser?
Mocked, and you constantly feel like you're doing something wrong, you shut it off. You don't watch it anymore. And then what happens is it's circular. If the host doesn't have that audience, the host doesn't worry about keeping an audience like that. It goes in circles, and at some point, you get things like this where you say things, and that wasn't the full quote. The further quote was that he mocked President Trump for flying the flags at half-staff.
Oh, wow.
In remembrance of Charlie Kirk, and said it's like grieving of a 4-year-old, as a 4-year-old grieves for a goldfish.
Oh, wow. God forbid we point out how insane it is to be flying the flags at half-mast for a YouTuber. And then, like, incidentally, saying that there's no point in calling Governor Tim Walz after Melissa Hortman and her husband were brutally murdered. And then when he was asked about it recently, he's like, who? So it's the insanity of who is the chosen one, I guess, when it comes to this over-the-top pomp and circumstance.
No,
That was the full quote there.
Well, the full quote was, I think he ran the clip of a reporter asking President Trump how he was doing with the death of Charlie Kirk. And President Trump said, I think I'm doing okay. And then he proceeded to talk about the ballroom that was being built on
Trump doesn't give a fuck. Trump so clearly doesn't give a fuck about Charlie Kirk. He skipped his memorial to go golfing.
White House grounds. I think that was
not the memorial. He skipped what was it, like carrying the coffin or whatever?
The full context. Again, I didn't say any of this. I'm just trying to present as accurate
the vigil
picture of what did happen. Ellie, this is the FCC commissioner.
Right.
I don't think we have seen an FCC commissioner this aggressive in our lifetimes. What do you think of it all?
So, to the point of whether there's a legal element here, I think Joe's right. Like, the First Amendment says Congress shall make no law, which means you can only enforce the First Amendment against the government. So can Jimmy Kimmel sue? No, he can't sue ABC for making a decision to remove him. That's a private entity. But what Donald Trump is doing repeatedly is he's expanding his executive power in two ways. One, I would say, is precedented. That's the traditional stuff. I have more authority to hire and fire executive branch officials. I don't have to respond to Congress, that kind of thing. He's fighting that out in the court. We've seen that before. What's unprecedented, however, is
the other thing I want to point out, too, is look no further than this CNN panel. How they have on CNN, on MSNBC, on all of these like liberal legacy media networks, they always have a very, very strong Republican presence. Fox News does not do this. Like, Fox News will have their one token, that one brunette lady, but they don't have, like, the fact that the liberal news networks have so many right-wing voices that there has just been a total surrender of the mainstream media to conservative voices. Yeah, 3 centrists and a moderate. Wow, how radically left of them. Legacy media is conservative, of course. Yes, that's the truth of it.
the way Donald Trump is using official power from the FCC on to go after universities, law firms, and media companies that he disagrees with on policy or on politics. That is new. We've not seen that from any president before.
Somebody said evil Austin Show. Wait, of him? Okay. Austin, don't get one
This
guy.
is actually cancel culture. I mean, that's what this is. The chairman of the Federal Communications Commission, Brendan Carr, added on Benny Johnson's podcast that the broadcasters, including ABC, have a license granted by us at the FCC, and that comes with it an obligation to operate in the public interest. Elsewhere in the interview, Carr attacked Kimmel as talentless.
Also, the other thing, too, is this is what Jimmy Kimmel said the day of Charlie Kirk. So when we say never give fascists an inch, when we say like there is no way to like find common ground here to like join in Kumbaya, it's because it doesn't matter if you do everything the right way, if you're polite and reasonable, whatever, if you say the right things. Jimmy said, instead of the angry finger pointing, can we just for one day agree that it's horrible and monstrous to shoot another human? On behalf of my family, we send love to the Kirks and to all the children, parents, and innocents who fall victim to senseless gun violence. His comments on his show were not mocking Charlie Kirk being shot, to be clear. And this is the response. So if you think that anything short of just total alliance to the fascist right if you think anything but complete allegiance to the right is, you know what I'm trying to say. Essentially, if you do not have total allegiance to the right, they will come for you. It doesn't matter. It's not about like anything he said about Charlie.
And suggested the late night comedian's comments displayed some sort of, quote, desperate irrelevance. Is that what we want the FCC chairman to be doing?
It's a very slippery slope, and there's a pattern. We keep talking about it like it's not happening, and it just keeps happening over and over and over again with folks who
I'm sorry. I just have to say something. I don't care who you are. When you're wearing a cowboy hat on a media show, I think you look stupid. There is something about these fucking cowboy hats on these panels that I just simply cannot. I don't not like that guy. Like, he's better than the other guys. It's a personal thing. It's very unserious to me. I'm just saying, okay, it's not that I hate Chuck Rocha, okay? It's just a personal thing. I'm just making a point about how I personally feel regarding cowboy hats on these panels. Like, it's so unserious. Sorry, okay? That's my take. Okay, here's the full clip. Here's the full clip of what Jimmy Kimmel said.
Some new lows over the weekend with the MAGA gang desperately trying to characterize this kid who murdered Charlie Kirk as anything other than one of them and doing everything they can to score political points from it. In between the finger pointing, there was grieving. On Friday, the White House flew the flags at half staff, which got some criticism. But on a human level, you can see how hard the president is taking this.
My condolences on the loss of your friend Charlie Kirk. May I ask, sir, personally, how are you holding up over the last day and a half, sir?
I think very good. And by the way, right there, you see all the trucks? They've just started construction of the new ballroom for the White House, which is something they've been trying to get, as you know, for about 150 years. And it's going to be a beauty.
Yes. He's at the fourth stage of grief, construction.
Yeah, Trump doesn't give a fuck. Trump doesn't give a fuck at all. But what this is ultimately about is because Jimmy Kimmel was mocking Donald Trump, because he and all the other late night hosts have been mocking Donald Trump.
Demolition, construction. This is not how an adult grieves the murder of someone he called a friend. This is how a 4-year-old mourns a goldfish.
Yes. So that's it. That's the clip. That's what's led to all of this. And now Kimmel demands for his apologizing to the Kirk family and donating to Turning Point USA.
disagrees with. I'm a Democrat. I'll say what happened to Charlie Kirk is disgusting. We should have a court. If he did it, he should be prosecuted to every extent of the law. We shouldn't have to say that. That's just common sense. But we also should say the First Amendment matters to everybody, whether they agree or they disagree. And I just think that what we're going through right now is unprecedented. It's unseemly. And I think that it's really getting out of hand because it's just happening more and more and more with folks who disagree.
We do have the clip that Jimmy Kimmel said Monday night. Obviously this is not the entire 8 or 9
trying from it.
The MAGA gang, despite reports of leftist leanings. I don't know that I think that is an accurate description, but they have the First Amendment to write what they want to write.
The job of the FCC is not to regulate and police content. It's not, do we like this? Does this make us comfortable or uncomfortable? Right. I don't like anything about what Jimmy Kimmel said, frankly. I agree with Joe. I find his comments reprehensible, but it's not the FCC's job to say, do we like this or do we not?
Truly, one thing that is one thing that extra sucks about the Trump era is that all of us have to care about the stupidest shit, right? Like, we have to now have serious conversations around Jimmy Kimmel. Like, we have to defend Jimmy Kimmel because this is obviously it's a disgusting assault on free speech, but like, this is how stupid everything is. Everything in the Trump era is so stupid. So stupid.
And FCC, of course, is a government actor. And I'm thinking sort of off the top of my head here, but if ABC wanted to fight this, clearly they don't because they've made the decision to dispatch or suspend Jimmy Kimmel. If they wanted to fight this, they might have a basis to go into court the same way that law firms have gone into court, and Harvard, among other universities, have gone into court and said, this is an overextension of government power, of executive power. This violates the First Amendment. And again, they can bring that because the FCC is a government actor, but Jimmy Kimmel cannot do anything against ABC because they're private.
One other thing that the FCC commissioner Brendan Carr did in that interview with Benny Johnson, who, by the way, has said plenty of things that a lot of people find objectionable, is he suggested actually the exact course of action that happened. He said what could happen is local affiliates could complain to ABC about the content, and then those local affiliates could say they're going to refuse to air Jimmy Kimmel Live. And that's actually what happened. Nexstar, which owns a bunch of ABC affiliates, they were the first ones to say in a statement, and Variety broke this news, we're going to preempt the show. Is there any coming back from this, do you think?
Well, I don't think ABC is canceling him because they're afraid of the FCC. I think they're afraid that they're going to lose whatever audience he has left because that's such an offensive thing he said. As far, look, there's so much media alternatives at this point. So I think the FCC's, the range of authority they have is less and less because there's so many other outlets to reach out to. So if Kimmel wants to reappear somewhere else, he will. I think the point is, though, that, again, when you alienate a part of the population who at some point just stops watching, then you have no incentive to keep whatever left of that audience there is. And then, you know, it just kind of goes down the drain.
Oh, my God. You know what? I'm also just going to use the word that the right loves to use. Fucking snowflakes. Oh, what happened to the facts don't care about your feelings? What happened to the, like, the who cares about your fifis? Grown men who are like, oh, I can't believe that Jimmy Kimmel said that about Donald Trump. I can't believe it's so mean. It's so mean. If that is mean, you need to be bullied so much harder. If that to you is so reprehensible, you need to be bullied 1,000 times harder. Also, I thought comedy was legal. The soy right has never been more soy. Disguise the limit. Thank you for the tier 1. Skiz, thank you for the tier 1. Legit. Thank you for the gifted Borg. Thank you for the 6 months. Girls love my 4. Thank you for the tier 1.
Brian, I want
to. Speaking of stupid things, golden. I can't. I have a limit. I have a limit. Golden statue of President Trump holding a Bitcoin has been placed outside the U.S. Capitol. No, please. This can't be. No. This cannot be. No. Please say that this is AI. Please say this is fake. Please, I've never wanted AI as much as I do now. Please. Please, tell me it's not real. I have never so much wanted something to be AI. Please. No, it's real. I don't know how anyone can think that America is a serious country. I don't know. Like, everyone around the world, if they are not already looking at us and laughing, they should. This is such an unserious country. There are serious things that are happening, obviously, but simultaneously so unserious. I am just, I don't know how many different ways can you say something is stupid?
Across from the U.S. Capitol, students from Liberty University drove it into town. They came up with the idea for the 12-foot Bitcoin-themed statue, which took about 5 weeks to complete.
You know, this is a statement. You know, this is to show to everybody that without the president, we could never have had this mass adoption of Bitcoin, of the cryptocurrencies, of all these big institutions buying Bitcoin. And it shows that's the future. And this is our thank you, our statement to the president.
The statue's arrival coincides with.
Also, I just have to say, it looks like shit. It's so ugly. It looks like shit. It doesn't even look good. How is everything so stupid? How is everything so stupid? It's so stupid. It's so stupid. The crazy thing is it looks so fake because that's how cheap it looks too. That is how lowbrow cheap it looks. I'm sorry. I feel all we can do is we just laugh. We just go, what the hell? What the hell, man? My God. Okay. All right. You guys, I hung out with Uncle Jank this weekend.
Freedom of speech and freedom of the press.
I wasn't sure if he would be there because he's been pretty upset. He's been pretty upset this past week.
And Trump doesn't understand that. And so now taking out people who make fun of a politician to serve that up on a silver platter to Trump, no way. Disgusting.
I think I disagree with you. Like, the more I sit with what he said and the more I think about it. Look, guys, I mean, you have to consider, even if you loathe Charlie Kirk.
I am sorry. I just have to say, it is very funny how much more smoke Anna Kasparian has for Hassan. She has no problem going on podcasts and saying vile fucking things about Hassan, somebody who she had a relationship with. And yet this is a bridge too far. Also, Anna, please watch the clip because Jimmy Kimmel didn't say anything about Charlie Kirk. In fact, he tweeted out that he was praying for Charlie Kirk's family.
Put your shoes in the shoes of conservatives.
Put my shoes in the shoes? No, thank you. My shoes will stay on my own feet. I am not putting my shoes in the shoes.
Who saw one of their, top influencers, someone who had a tremendous amount of clout on the right wing, he gets assassinated. And so to make a declarative statement and pin the blame on the very people who are grieving the loss of Charlie Kirk.
Oh, I'm sorry. I forgot that they've been too busy grieving, that they haven't been doing all the other fucking shit they've been doing. I forgot that they were too busy grieving, that they weren't out here immediately being like, violent trans leftists, trans ideology, the bullets are trans. This is why we have to end trans. Oh, I forgot that they were too busy grieving. To do that kind of stuff. Also, he didn't even make fun of him. What are we doing? Why are you being so intentionally obtuse? Why? Donald Trump gives less of a fuck than you do. What is going on? Donald Trump cares more about golfing. He cares less than you do. The reason that this happened is because Jimmy Kimmel made a joke about Trump.
Before you have any evidence, it's offensive. It's irresponsible.
Freedom of speech and freedom of the press. And Trump.
like I said, cannot believe that I have to go this hard for Jimmy Kimmel. I cannot believe I have to go this hard to defend Jimmy Kimmel. Like, everything feels so backwards. It just feels so fucking backwards. No, I have to, not only because of the blatant authoritarianism that this represents, but because people like Anna are trying to make this something other than what it was. Like, that's why I have to defend. And it's not about, right, it's not about Jimmy Kimmel. It's obviously in this moment going, looking at what he said and being like, have we gone crazy? Did I see the same thing that you guys saw? It's about the abuse of power over a little criticism of Trump. Yes. Exactly what you're saying. One thing I really hate about the Trump era is how you kind of have to get upset about the stupidest shit. Like, fuck, this is a gross assault on free speech and art in this country, but also it's Jimmy Kimmel. I already like this tweet. Yeah, I mean, I've seen like a bunch of, you're making me defend Jimmy fucking Kimmel. It's all so undignified. Like, this is, yes, this is how I feel. This is how so many of us feel, that we're looking around and going, what the hell? What the hell? What is happening? What is going on? For real, when we're out in the streets, we're gonna have free Jimmy signs next to free Mahmoud signs. Like, I mean, I'll do it, but what the hell? Honest to God, I would not count out Anna's hatred of trans people, her transphobia being a driving factor here, where like she doesn't care that Elon Musk and Nancy Mace and all these other major political public figures on the right were immediately going after the trans community, and which is something they've already been doing. Like, they don't miss a moment. They don't miss an opportunity to paint trans people as violent radicals who need to be stopped. I'm sure that doesn't bother her. Oh God. Don't forget, she also hates the homeless. Don't forget that one.
I'll start with you because you reached out to the FCC Chairman Carr. What did he tell you?
And he sent me the gifts that we will put on screen, Anderson. It's a picture from the old NBC sitcom The Office, of the stars of The Office celebrating some ridiculous moment on the show. So he is celebrating Disney's capitulation here.
If you're on the right and defend the kind of hate speech that Charlie Kirk and others like him spout, then you must defend those on the left as having the same right of free speech. There's no qualification of what is acceptable and what is not in the Constitution. All speech is free or none is free. Let me pull up, where is it? Let me pull up Ta-Nehisi Coates. Charlie Kirk redeemed. A political class finds its lost cause. By ignoring the rhetoric and actions of the Turning Point USA founder, pundits and politicians are sanitizing his legacy. I just have to say, Ta-Nehisi Coates, I think, is one of the prime examples of somebody who previously was a member of the liberal establishment, and as such, like, his writing was acceptable for his writing was acceptable for the liberal establishment. But since he spoke out on Palestine, since then, like, I really feel that he has separated himself from the establishment. And he is no longer an ally. He's no longer like one of them. They do not view him as like as one of them. Before he was killed last week, Charlie Kirk left a helpful compendium of words, one that would greatly aid those who sought to understand his legacy and import. It is somewhat difficult to match these words with the manner in which Kirk is presently being memorialized in mainstream discourse. New York Times columnist Ezra Klein dubbed Kirk one of the era's most effective practitioners of persuasion. The other thing about it, too, is Charlie Kirk was like Jubilee personified. It's the other reason why I'm losing my mind. He was not someone like William Buckley. You know what I mean? Charlie Kirk would go to college campuses and be like, oh, debate me, bro. Like that's what he did. I don't understand. He was a college debate bro. He was a 30-year-old. He was a 30-year-old who would like go on Jubilee and say things like, yeah, if my 9-year-old were raped, I would make her have the baby. It was all rage bait. You know, and let me just state for the federal government, no, I don't think Charlie should have been killed. No, I don't support any of that. Let me just say, let me do the I condemn Charlie Kirk being killed. I condemn Charlie Kirk being killed. I condemn Charlie Kirk being killed. All right? Let the record show for the 1,000th fucking time. Mourn harder. Mourn harder. No, but what's so like has left me flabbergasted, truly flabbergasted, is the way that people have described Charlie Kirk's MO, like what the way that he operated. Yeah, he was influential. He had a lot of followers. He was like a really popular, YouTuber and internet influencer. But this to me represents, like, I've seen the way Ezra Klein and even people like Ryan Grimm have talked about him, and I think it's like a lack of understanding of the way that Charlie Kirk operated. It's not just the things that he said, it was the way that he went about doing it. It's like this guy was he was like a debate bro rage baiter who loved going on Jubilee. He was like not a serious orator, I guess, like this passion and commitment to debate that Gavin Newsom has hailed. What? Exactly the article on Detector called "The Debate Me Bro Grift: How Trolls Weaponize the Marketplace of Ideas." Yes, and that is now, I think, one reason why we've seen more like kind of like old school traditionalist media people and writers not understanding this like still not understanding how alternate how popular figures in alternative media like on the internet operate. Anyway, Atlantic writer Sally Jenkins saluted Kirk, claiming he argued with civility and asserting that his death was a significant loss for those who believe engagement can help bridge disagreements. I don't even need to give my thoughts because Ta-Nehisi Coates says it better than I ever can. So the mentions of debate and engagement are references to Kirk's campus tours during which he visited various colleges to take on whoever come may. That this aspect of Kirk's work would be so attractive to writers and politicians is understandable. There is, after all, a pervasive worry among the political class that college students, ensconced in their own bubbles, could use a bit of shock therapy from a man unconcerned with preferred pronouns, trigger warnings, and the humanity of Palestinians. But it also shows how the political class's obsession with universities blinds it to everything else. And the everything else of Kirk's politics amounted to little more than a loathing of those whose mere existence provoked his ire. It is not just, for instance, that Kirk held disagreeable views, that he was pro-life, that he believed in public executions, or that he rejected the separation of church and state. It's that Kirk reveled in open bigotry. Indeed, claims of Kirk's civility are tough to square with his penchant for demeaning members of the LGBTQ community as freaks and referring to trans people with the slur. Faced with the prospect of a Kamala Harris presidency, Kirk told his audience that the threat had to be averted because Harris wanted to kidnap your child via the trans agenda. Garden variety transphobia is sadly unremarkable. But Kirk was a master of folding seemingly discordant bigotries into each other, as when he defined the American way of life as marriage, homeownership, and child-rearing free of the lesbian, gay, transgender garbage in their school, adding that he did not want kids to have to hear the Muslim call to prayer 5 times a day. The American way of life was Christendom, Kirk claimed, and Islam, the sword the left is using to slit the throat of America, was antithetical to that. Large, dedicated Islamic areas were a threat to America, Kirk asserted, and New York mayoral candidate Zohran Mamdani was a Mohammedan, with Kirk supposing that anyone trying to see Mohammedism take over the West would love to have New York a prior Anglo center under Mohammedan rule. Kirk habitually railed against black crime, claiming that prowling blacks go around for fun to go target white people. He repeated the rape accusations against Yusef Salam, a member of the exonerated Central Park Five, who is now a New York City councilman, calling him a disgusting pig who had gotten away with gang rape. Whatever distaste Kirk held for blacks was multiplied when he turned to those from Haiti. Haiti was, by Kirk's lights, a country infested with demonic voodoo whose migrants were raping your women and hunting you down at night. These Haitians, as well as undocumented immigrants from other countries, were having a field day, per Kirk, and coming for your daughter next. The only hope was Donald Trump, who had to prevail lest Haitians become your masters. The point of this so-called mastery was as familiar as it was conspiratorial. Great replacement. There was an anti-white agenda, Kirk howled, one that sought to make the country more like the third world. The southern border was the dumping ground of the planet, he claimed, and a magnet for the rapists, the thugs, the murderers, fighting-age males. They are coming from across the world, from China, from Russia, from Middle Eastern countries, and they're coming in, and they're coming in, and they're coming in, and they're coming in. You can probably imagine where this line of thinking eventually went. Jewish donors, Kirk claimed, were the #1 funding mechanism of radical open-border neoliberal quasi-Marxist policies, cultural institutions, and nonprofits. Indeed, the philosophical foundation of anti-whiteness has been largely financed by Jewish donors in the country. Kirk's bigotry was not personal, but extended to the institution that he founded, Turning Point USA. Crystal Clanton, the group's former national field director, once texted a fellow Turning Point employee, "I hate black people. Like, fuck them all. I hate blacks." End of story. One of the group's advisors, Rip McIntosh, once published a newsletter featuring an essay from a pseudonymous writer that said blacks had become socially incompatible with other races and that black culture was an unfixable and crime-ridden mess. In 2022, after 3 black football players were killed at another college, Meg Miller, president of Turning Point's chapter at the University of Missouri, joked in a social media message, "If they would have killed 4 more N-words, we could have had the whole week off." Oh, but Jimmy Kimmel. Kirk subscribed to some of the most disreputable and harmful beliefs that this country has ever known. But it is still chilling to think that those beliefs would be silenced by a gunshot. And here's the thing. I and a lot of other people hated the things that Charlie Kirk said. And I will not whitewash what he said. And just because he was violently murdered does not mean that I think what he said was okay. And I will not lionize him. But I do not believe in any type of progress coming from individual acts of violence like this. The way that you defeat people like Charlie Kirk is to make it so that there is not an audience for this kind of hate speech. I do not and never will think that Charlie Kirk being violently killed this way was okay. I believe the way to push back on this type of hateful speech is to make things better for people in this country so that they are not prone, so that they are not vulnerable to believing these kinds of hateful things and believing that this is what will improve their lives. That like the problems that they are experiencing are not because of trans people, are not because of immigrants, are not because of Black people. In fact, if they were to understand something like class consciousness, if they were to awaken, they would realize that Black people, trans people, all of these groups that people like Charlie cast as as inhuman and as the source of problems in America, they would realize that actually we are all living under the same brutal systems. So progress does not come about, fixing societal issues does not come about by doing something like killing a conservative YouTuber. That's how you know Charlie Kirk education stops at high school. Looking at just percentage for something as complex as population growth throughout the last century is insane. No fucking shit. Look at the actual numbers, not percentage. No one's getting replaced. Oh, if you guys want this article, it's Ta-Nehisi Coates. Here you go. Shit. Never mind. Apparently I can't post that because I'm, hold on. All right. Okay. Kirk subscribed to, okay, I already read that. The tragedy is personal. Kirk was robbed of his life, and his children and family will forever live with the knowledge that a visual record of that robbery is just an internet search away. And the tragedy is national. Political violence ends conversation and invites war. Its rejection is paramount to a functioning democracy and a free society. Political violence is a virus, Klein noted. This assertion is true. It is also at odds with Kirk's own words. It's not that Kirk merely, as Klein put it, defended the Second Amendment. It's that Kirk endorsed hurting people to advance his preferred policy outcomes. In 2022, when Kirk was frustrated, for instance, by the presence of Leah Thomas on the University of Pennsylvania women's swim team, Kirk did not call for spirited discourse. Instead, while discussing a recent championship tournament, he said he would have liked to have seen a group of fathers descend from the stands, forming a line in front of Leah Thomas and saying, "Hey, tough guy, you want to get in the pool? Because you're going to have to go through us." Mere weeks before his death, Kirk reveled in Trump's deployment of federal troops to D.C. Shock and awe, force, he wrote. We're taking our country back from these cockroaches. And in 2023, Kirk told his audience that then President Joe Biden was a corrupt tyrant who should be put in prison and are given the death penalty for his crimes against America. What are we to make of a man who called for the execution of the American president and then was executed himself? What are we to make of an NFL that on one hand encourages us to end racism and on the other hand encourages us to commemorate an unreconstructed white supremacist? And what of the writers, the thinkers, and the pundits who cannot separate the great crime of Kirk's death from the malignancy of his public life? That is a great line. And what of the writers, the thinkers, and the pundits who cannot separate the great crime of Kirk's death from the malignancy of his public life? Can they truly be so ignorant to the words of a man they have so rushed to memorialize? I don't know. But the most telling detail in Klein's column was that for all of his praise, there was not a single word in the piece from Kirk himself. More than a century and a half ago, this country ignored the explicit words of men who sought to raise an empire of slavery. It subsequently transformed these men into gallant knights who sought only to preserve their beloved Camelot. There was a fatigue in certain quarters with Reconstruction, which is to say, multiracial democracy, and a desire for reunion to make America great again. Thus, in the late 19th century and much of the 20th, this country's most storied intellectuals transfigured hate-mongers into heroes and ignored their words, just as right now some are ignoring Kirk's. Words are not violence, nor are they powerless. Burying the truth of the Confederacy, rewriting its aims and ideas, and ignoring its animating words allowed for the terrorization of the Black population. the imposition of apartheid, and the destruction of democracy. The rewriting and the ignoring were done not just by Confederates, but also by putative allies for whom the reduction of Black people to serfdom was the unfortunate price of white unity. The import of this history has never been clearer than in this moment when the hard question must be asked. If you would look away from the words of Charlie Kirk, from what else would you look away? They won't play his words on the news. They won't quote him, but they will call him a debater. Yes, I think it is very telling that anyone who is posting Charlie Kirk's words, literally his own words, is facing consequences for doing so. It doesn't matter if you preface it by saying, like, I don't condone violence. I do not condone what happened to Charlie Kirk. But also, it is important to not whitewash and sanitize Charlie Kirk's legacy. He would not have done that. He said those words. He stood for these things. So why are his words now being hidden? Why is there a refusal to quote the very man himself? What is so bad then about the things he said that we are not allowed to print the things he said himself? All right, back to this CNN piece. They never really cared about free speech.
Here, and I think we should step back and remember.
Wait a minute. Wait, hold on.
Wait
Wait a minute, Brian. We're putting this on the screen, and I just gotta. We can't. This is you. You said this is a tweet you sent. You said I asked the FCC for a response, and the chairman of the FCC sent you this.
Correct.
Video.
I then replied and I said, do you have anything quotable I can use? But let me give you the context of that, Anderson. Carr and I have been in touch for months as I've been reporting on the FCC. He's been very aggressive about using the media to try to pressure companies like Disney. I remember he did this right before Christmas. He sent me a letter that he was sending to Bob Iger, the head of Disney, trying to pressure Disney over something else. And earlier tonight, Carr texted me celebrating the fact that Nexstar, the station owners you mentioned, who had already pulled Kimmel, he was celebrating and thanking Nexstar for taking that action. You know, Disney was the first company to capitulate to President Trump before Inauguration Day. Disney settled that ABC lawsuit in December. That moment emboldened Trump and his allies, and this moment will embolden them again more.
Kara Swisher,
So do we understand why you cannot give an inch? You cannot capitulate on anything because they do not stop. They are testing the waters to see what they can get away with. They are testing to see how far they can abuse their power.
what is your reaction to this?
Well, Brendan Carr is rather thirsty for attention. That's one thing, and it's unbecoming a public official. But that's nothing new for him. This is what
Hannity trying to claim no conservative wanted this.
Now, the left already, starting with Humpty Dumpty, fake news, CNN, J.B. Pritzker, Gavin Newsom, predictably claiming this is conservative censorship. The MAGA crowd, Donald Trump got Jimmy Kimmel. That is false. I can't find a single prominent conservative voice in the country that even remotely wanted or hoped or was pushing.
Oh, how about we start with number one, Donald Trump. Does he count? Does Donald Trump count as a prominent conservative voice? The fucking president of the United States, Mr. MAGA himself, who you all have fallen in line with for the last 9 years? Does he count? Because he's literally out here. He's literally out here with like his hit list. Great news for America. The ratings challenged Jimmy Kimmel show is canceled. Congratulations to ABC for finally having the courage to do what had to be done. Kimmel had zero talent and worse ratings than Colbert, if that's possible. That leaves Jimmy and Seth, two total losers on fake news NBC. Their ratings are also horrible. Do it, NBC. And then when Stephen Colbert's show got canceled, Donald Trump said Jimmy Kimmel next. So does he count? I guess not.
To get Jimmy Kimmel taken off the air. Nobody, it just was simple. People changed the channel. They didn't. Now,
okay, this is just pure gaslighting. This is just straight up. This is just, it's so, it's absurd. It's so absurd. It is so absurd. We already covered. We talked about Nexstar and how Nexstar is trying to merge with Tegna, and they need Brendan Carr to sign off on it. Brendan Carr, who is Trump's appointed head of FCC. This is the same thing. This is the reason why that Paramount Skydance merger was such a big fucking deal. Why Larry Ellison, whose son David Ellison is the CEO of he's in charge now, but Larry Ellison is his daddy and who is very tight with Donald Trump. And when Paramount settled that bogus lawsuit and then signaled that they're going to be bringing in people once this merger is complete, bringing in people to make sure that we have things, that we have a balance here. That we have a nice, fair balance here. And then they're like, we're giving Barry Weiss $100 million. That's why it was very concerning seeing all of that play out, because of what this all signals, because of what this signifies as far as the Trump administration seeking to control media in this country.
What he does. I mean, I think one thing you're leaving out
Seattle
is
Green, thank you for the 3-month star engine. David Tier 1 and President, thank you for the Prime. Adam Socialist, thank you. Wolfie Tyler, thank you.
To satisfy someone
that's important.
A kind of a toady to Donald Trump.
Right. That's an important point, because that merger would require the approval of the FCC, correct?
Yes.
Correct. That's correct. And so they're trying to do anything he can do to shake them down on behalf of Donald Trump. He's doing, which is including these people who are alleged free speech warriors have turned out to be, cancel culture fans. And so, Jimmy Kimmel also tweeted something out saying he was so sorry for this death and we should put aside our differences. He's a comic. Comics should be able to make jokes. I don't understand.
I thought comedy was legal again.
Of all the people that should have free speech, comics should absolutely have free speech. And so this week has been sort of an object lesson that they never really cared about free speech. They just care about power. And that's what's happening here.
Kara, I just want to read the statement, or at least part of the press release that Nexstar issued. They said, Nexstar Media Group, Inc. today announced that the company's own...
Also, just an FYI, here's Brendan Carr in his own words from February of 2019. Should the government censor speech it doesn't like? Of course not. The FCC does not have a roving mandate to police speech in the name of public interest. And then this is from today. I want to thank Nexstar for doing the right thing. Local broadcasters have an obligation to serve the public interest. While this may be an unprecedented decision, it's important for broadcasters to push back on Disney programming that they determine falls short of community values. I hope that other broadcasters follow Nexstar's lead. What a fucking joke.
And partner television station affiliated with the ABC television network will preempt Jimmy Kimmel Live for the foreseeable future, beginning with tonight's show. Nexstar strongly objects to recent comments made by Mr. Kimmel concerning the killing of Charlie Kirk. Will replace the show with other programming in its ABC-affiliated markets. Mr. Kimmel's comments about the death of Mr. Kirk are offensive and insensitive at a critical time in our national political discourse, and we do not believe they reflect the spectrum of opinions, views, or values of the local communities in which we are located. Continuing to give Mr. Kimmel a broadcast platform in the communities we serve is simply not in the public interest at the current time, and we made the difficult decision to preempt the show. That's the company you're talking
Yes, I
about,
know.
which is wanting to do this merger.
That's correct. And they should have added, and we would really like to do this merger, so we'll do whatever it takes. And then
I cannot be clear enough that Democrats bear responsibility here. If Democrats had stood up and stood against the First Amendment violations that Palestinian supporters, pro-Palestine supporters, were facing, then they would have presented a united front to fight against this. But because they not only allowed it to happen, were participating in violation of First Amendment principles of free speech. This is why we are here now. And that is why these companies have made the calculation, oh, we'll just do whatever the fuck Donald Trump wants us to do, fully capitulate, no problem, because when Democrats are back in power, we won't face any consequences for it. It'll be totally fine.
it flows uphill. It's the opposite. It doesn't flow downhill. It flows uphill to ABC, to Bob Iger, who is obviously also suspended Kimmel. And, you know, people do, this happens in companies all the time where people say things and they get fired and this and that. But in this case, it's really a sensitive issue around free speech and comics and others being able to say what they want. And if this week has been anything, it's proof that free speech meant nothing to these people. And this was not their main concern. What their main concern was control of media. And this is yet another step, and they will continue to do so, including the lawsuit against the New York Times, the lawsuit against some publishing houses, and it follows universities and law firms. It's a textbook autocratic takeover.
We should point out President Trump has just now put something on his social media saying, quote, "Great news for America. The ratings challenge Jimmy Kimmel show is canceled. Congratulations to ABC for finally having the courage to do what had to be done. Kimmel has zero talent and worse ratings than even Colbert, if that's possible. That leaves Jimmy and Seth, two total losers on fake NBC. Their ratings are also horrible. Do it, NBC." President DJT.
Perfect example of Democratic complicity. Adam Schiff says, Kimmel, Colbert, suits against the New York Times, Wall Street Journal, and 60 Minutes, extorting settlements from CBS, ABC, and others, blocking the AP's access to the White House. This administration is responsible for the most blatant attacks on the free press in American history. What will be left of the First Amendment when he's done? You literally co-sponsored anti-boycott legislation. You literally enabled this moment by undercutting free speech norms. And to be clear, the reason that people like Adam Schiff, Chris Hayes, others are seeing this moment now in its horror, like fully in its horror, is because it's people like Kimmel and Colbert. It's people who like are representative of them. But when this has been happening to those with way less privilege and power than like Jimmy Kimmel, there's been hardly any pushback. There's been hardly any outrage. There's been hardly any of this talking about the most blatant attacks on, you know, on our rights in American history. They care because it affects them. And this is why it's so frustrating. It is so frustrating to consistently be calling this stuff out and trying to point to the fact of, hey, you might think this doesn't affect you now, but this will affect you. If you allow this to happen to students on campuses, if you allow this to happen to immigrants, this will happen to you. They will not stop here. They never stop here. It's only the beginning. They go after people who have the least amount of power and privilege. That is how it always begins. So if you do not stand up for those who are the most vulnerable, then there is nobody left by the time they come to you, and they will come for you. The union representing the musicians from Jimmy Kimmel's band releases a statement calling the FCC's pressure on Disney state censorship. The American Federation of Musicians of the United States and Canada International President Tino Gladiardo issued the following statement in response to the ABC taking Jimmy Kimmel Live, which employs musicians from Local 47 in LA, off the air. This is not complicated. Trump's FCC identified speech it did not like and threatened ABC with extreme reprisals. This is state censorship. It is now happening in the United States of America, not some far-off country. It's happening right here and right now. This act by the Trump administration represents a direct attack on free speech and artistic expression. These are fundamental rights that we must protect in a free society. The American Federation of Musicians strongly condemns the decision to take Jimmy Kimmel Live off the air. We stand in solidarity with all those who will be without work because of government overreach.
Yeah.
Jeff Toobin, I mean, what do you have we seen anything like this?
No, we haven't. But I think it's important to draw a distinction here. You know, the private companies are not covered by the First Amendment. You know, if ABC wants to fire Jimmy Kimmel or anyone else, that's their business, and the First Amendment doesn't guarantee anyone a place on late night television.
Let me just also say, though, that Trump issuing executive orders to end diversity and inclusion initiatives does not mean that private companies have to do that. So when Disney and these other major corporations, the second he said that, was like, yep, no problem, we'll get rid of them, no issue. They did not legally have to do that. Same with all the fucking flying the flags at half-mast. West Hollywood lowering their gay and trans flags because Trump issued it. They did that because that is capitulation. That is not something that they were legally, would legally be found liable if they did not do that. It's cowardly. What? Oh, yeah, you didn't know that that's what's been going on in the insanity of this week? Here, I'll pull up Kat Tenbarge had a good post on this. Mainstream media surrendering to conservative influencers. This is far from the first time we've seen the Trump administration crack down on speech and push a version of gaslighting on the American public instead. But I think this signals a watershed moment in how we are forced to contend with conservative influencers. Their lies are ordered to become our truths. We are demanded to treat them with deference and respect that they never showed us. The resulting juxtapositions are bizarre. In the queer district of West Hollywood, trans and LGBTQ pride flags were lowered for a man who called for doctors who perform trans healthcare to be imprisoned and suggested that Miss Rachel read the part in the Bible about stoning gay men to death. Like, literally, this is what happened. They lowered the fucking flags in West Hollywood. Tributes for Kirk have been shown at far-right rallies and NFL football games, and some of the biggest news outlets have fired reporters for pointing out Kirk's own words and that his violently bigoted rhetoric inspired the kind of violence online and off that eventually claimed his life.
The problem here is what's going on with the FCC and Carr, who is obviously trying to put pressure on ABC to get rid of Kimmel, and that's completely improper. You know, whether what he has done crossed the line to a violation of the First Amendment, I don't know. I mean, the facts are changing every few minutes. But the chilling part of this story is what the Trump administration in general is doing with regard to the media. It is using its power, often in the case of regulating mergers and the business aspects of what these companies do, in a way to extort these companies to toe the line. Fire Jimmy Kimmel, crack down on 60 Minutes, force a payment of damages.
Let me make things really clear as to why this is not cancel culture. So anyone who's like, oh, you don't like cancel culture when it happens to you, this would be an example of the culture responding in a negative way, thus leading to Jimmy Kimmel being taken off the air. If this were like a grassroots groundswell type of response of people who saw Jimmy Kimmel's remarks and found them offensive and were so upset by it that the noise was enough that ABC went, you know what, we have to take you off the air. There's just too much pressure. They are boycotting it. The viewers of our show are upset. Like that is culture. That would be what we, what would be referred to as cancel culture, which is ridiculous. Like cancel culture has just become this term that is so misused and misunderstood. But anyway, to just point out the difference there, what this is the federal government applying pressure on these corporations, on these institutions to silence speech they do not like or else face the consequences for it. So that is the difference. This is political retribution against people the government sees as the enemy. And ABC caving to this pressure instead of fighting against it because they have any type of principles they're standing on is really bad. This is why we are talking about authoritarianism. We are talking about fascism. We are talking about the rampant abuses of power, extreme government overreach.
For something George Stephanopoulos said that never should have resulted in a lawsuit. All of this is the government taking action against private companies for speech, and that's really about that implicates the First Amendment.
Well, also we had the president, essentially threatening. I don't know if threatening is the right word, but going after Jonathan Karl and ABC. Just I think it was yesterday. I don't know if we have that video ready to queue up, but in which he talked about the settlement that ABC gave him. He repeatedly said, "Look, they paid me $16 million." So let's play that.
This is also why enforcing antitrust laws is very important. So you don't get something like media consolidation. So you don't have Nexstar owning a lot of the local broadcasters. Like, this is why these mergers are very dangerous, because it only consolidates power in the hands of few.
When you look at the conduct that has taken place by Jimmy Kimmel, it appears to be some of the...
What do you make Pam Bondi saying she's going to go after hate speech? Is that, I mean, a lot of your allies say hate speech is free speech.
Should probably go after people like you because you treat me so unfairly. It's hate. You have a lot of hate in your heart. Maybe they'll come after ABC. Well, ABC paid me $16 million recently for...
You know what's crazy? It's not hate speech to actually say things that are hateful. It's hate speech to point out other people say hateful things. Apparently that's what it is now.
A form of hate speech, right? Your company paid me $16 million for a form of hate speech, so maybe they'll have to go after you.
It's a perfect illustration of what happens when you capitulate once. You invite more capitulation again.
Stephen, I mean, have you ever seen anything like this?
I mean, you really have to wonder about the future of broadcast television because of this. It's unprecedented, and it's because this is an industry that is dependent on regulation, on government regulation. They get licenses to use the public airwaves, and now they're beholden to the government.
It's also the corporations which own, increasingly it's large corporations which own this, which are particularly vulnerable.
Well, that's why Brandon Carr realizes that's a pressure point, because TV station group owners like Nexstar, the largest one in the country, they are desperate for consolidation right now.
God damn it. There's always a Connor Eats Pants tweet. Not a fan of Charlie Kirk's. My name is Bill Maher, host of the Bill Maher Show.
They're limited to reaching 39% of the country. But tech companies can reach everybody, everywhere. They feel that's unfair. They want to consolidate. They want more stations. And it's the FCC who just decides that. Nexstar has to deal with...
Low-key seriously wondering, but is Anderson Cooper protected from all this as a Vanderbilt? LOL, does his oligarch family superpowers kick in at some point? Anderson Cooper has more power and privilege at CNN than most other reporters and anchors. But if push comes to shove, no, because Anderson Cooper is an individual versus the corporation. He is still disposable. Like, we're talking Jimmy Kimmel right now. Okay. Like, this is where we're at. the Jimmies. They will take Anderson Cooper out as well. Make no mistake. Anderson Cooper is ultimately okay because he's very wealthy and he comes from a very, very wealthy family. So he is not like a teacher in Pennsylvania who's being fired for not crying over Charlie Kirk and is now figuring out how she's going to pay her bills and support her family. But yeah, we're at the Jimmies. Okay. We're at the point in this timeline of the Jimmies being under fire. That's where we're at. Corporate AF, thank you for the 5 gifted subs.
To buy Tegna. And certainly ABC is probably looking at its options in terms of combining stations, swapping stations, buying more stations. They all want to do this. They all need FCC approval. And that's a key reason why you're seeing this.
But it's not just broadcast television. It's all of media, including cable, for example. I mean, remember back in the first Trump administration when AT&T tried to buy Time, was buying Time Warner, the parent company of CNN. The Trump administration challenged that. So the Trump administration and any administration has tremendous tools to use if they want to.
Somebody said, what do I do as a normie? Here's the thing. Keeping in mind that all of this is being done by a minority faction. This is a tax on free speech that we haven't seen since the likes of the McCarthy era. But the difference is that the people, the public, do not support this in the way that it was supported during McCarthyism. So it is a reminder that we not only shouldn't allow this to happen because we feel that there's nothing to be done, that we just have to capitulate because we're cooked, it's over. No. Not only should we not feel that way, but we can't allow that, because otherwise then we do hand over total power. So yes, we look around right now and go, God damn, things are pretty bad, huh? Things are pretty bad, but don't let that convince you that this minority is just going to have total control now for the remainder of our country. Like, no way. They want you to believe that there is nothing that you can do. Because that makes their job easier. Everyone needs to support Antifa. We're all Antifa now. Did you see this Mehdi Hassan tweet? Silly Jimmy Kimmel, he should have just called for all homeless people to be killed and he'd still have a job. Yeah, I've seen a lot of iterations of that. You know what? This is why part of my job is not just being a streamer here and talking, trying to also like link pop culture to our politics and explain why it's important to, why it's important important to approach politics through a pop culture lens because that's how a lot of people consume their politics. But part of my job is I am also radicalizing the wine moms. Every time I go home, every time I talk to my New York Times top commenter mother, I have been working to radicalize the suburban wine moms. So talk to the people in your life, whether they are conservative or, you know, where they fall on the political spectrum, because even diehard MAGA people, they have to understand why this government overreach is bad. Isn't their whole thing that they want less government? Isn't their whole thing about freedom? So you have to speak that language. You have to talk about how we have to band together to protect our freedoms. This isn't about like, if you are liberal, this isn't about like wanting to silence conservative speech. This is about all of us having the right to say the things we want in the free United States of America. So you gotta keep your head up. You gotta understand how to attack these points, how to point out that it doesn't matter what your politics are. All of us should have these protected rights. I just had to tell my family members that the right's reaction to this wasn't a good thing. Right. You have to help them understand, be like, look. I'm not trying to, in this moment, get you to not be conservative. This isn't me trying to trying to put my agenda on you or anything. This is about me explaining that what's happening here is a violation of our constitutionally protected rights. And our free speech being taken away means the end of America. I don't know, get dramatic that way. You know what I mean? Our rights are under attack. The United States of America has always been about freedom. Isn't that what makes us the great democracy in this world? You gotta, you gotta hit them with that.
Punish broadcasters or any kind of news organizations if they want to use that power. And here we have them using that power over and over again.
Kerry.
Okay, I wanted to read Taylor's piece. How legacy media fumbled the Carly. How legacy media fumbled the Charlie Kirk shooting. The aftermath of the shooting exposed how little traditional journalists understand the platforms shaping online radicalization and real-world violence. Too many outlets don't employ reporters who truly live online. Within minutes of Charlie Kirk being shot, millions of Americans began scrambling for information. But as the public struggled to make sense of the event, media organizations were flailing too. The Wall Street Journal misinterpreted engravings on the bullets, an anchor compared social media to a cult, and some old school journalists seemed to struggle with the basic concept of a Discord server. The fact that there is no one in traditional media whatsoever who has any inclination to what the modern landscape of the internet is and how to navigate it is baffling at best and downright dangerous at worst. One X-user posted, traditional news media's struggle to understand the internet or grasp new technology isn't a new phenomenon. Tim Miller, a political strategist and writer at large for The Bulwark, an anti-Trump new media brand on Substack, compared struggling media figures attempting to decode the shooter's internet slang to Bryant Gumbel in 1994, trying to explain the World Wide Web on the Today Show. This is a classic
Back now at 56 past, I wasn't prepared to translate that as I was doing that little tease.
Oh, that's
that little
right.
mark with the A and then the ring around it.
At?
See, that's what I said.
Mm-hmm.
Katie said she thought it was about.
Yeah. Oh.
But I'd never heard
Or
it.
around
I'd never
or
heard it
about.
said. I'd always
That's
seen
right.
the mark, but never heard
Yeah.
it said. And then it sounded stupid when I said it. Violence at NBC.
I heard something around big or fight about. up in the lunchroom the other
See,
week.
there it is. Violence at NBC. GE.
What even is the internet?
Calm. I mean,
Well, Allison should know. What do you
is
say to that,
internet
Allison?
anyway?
Internet is that Massive computer right, network. the one that's becoming really big now.
What do you mean? That's big. How does one? What do you write to it like mail?
No, a lot of people use it and communicate. I guess they can communicate with NBC writers and producers. Allison, can you explain what internet is?
No, she can't say anything in 10 seconds or less.
Allison will be in this.
Allison, what's the internet?
Studio shortly.
What
does it mean?
It's a giant computer network made up of started from.
Oh, I thought you were going to tell us what this was.
It's like a computer billboard.
It's not an. It's a computer billboard, but it's nationwide, and it's several universities and everything all joined together. And
And others can access it.
And it's getting bigger and bigger all the time.
It came in really handy during the quake. A lot of people, that's how they were communicating out to tell family and loved ones they were okay because all the phone lines were down.
I was telling Katie, and I've been
But you don't need that. You don't need a phone line to operate internet.
No. Here's the thing. Remember, too, moral panics are nothing new. Moral panics always come from the moral panics are rooted in right-wing fear-mongering, because when people don't understand something, they become afraid. So throughout American history, anytime there is a new technology, anytime like young people are engaging in something, there's always an ensuing panic. There's ensuing panic, and it is it's very effective because, like I said, when people don't understand something and when they look around and go, all this violence is happening, terrible things are happening, our children are being brainwashed, they need something to point to as the cause of it, so that therefore there seems to be an easy solution. So right now, with the, still in the aftermath of Charlie Kirk's shooting and all of this continued discourse around the, basically claims that radicalization is because of the internet, as if radicalization did not exist prior to the internet, and because things like Discord and Reddit are being mentioned, and a lot of older people, they don't understand this kind of stuff, and they are looking for answers. They are looking for like tangible things that they can hold on to. So now, because Elon Musk has been going after Hassan Piker, do you know what's so crazy about this whole fucking thing? This is all about personal beefs. And yet it is now resulting in the CEOs of Reddit and Twitch being called to testify in front of Congress as to the radicalization occurring on their platforms. This is because the second richest man in the world, Elon Musk, has some weird hate boner for Hassan. Personal vendettas. And then it's being amplified by Asmongold, by Ethan Klein, by other people who are enemies of Hassan, who view him as it's all personal beef. And I need them to understand. I'm imploring them, not to Elon Musk, because he's fucking Elon Musk, okay? All these other content creators who hate Hassan, you need to put your personal beefs aside and understand what is going on here. So you think that Twitch and Reddit and these other platforms having to be censored now, facing, the government is going to come in and control what's happening on these platforms. That's not good for you. That is not good for you. You may not be able to see that, but I need you to understand that this isn't just about Hassan. This isn't just about whoever you have a personal beef with who is a content creator on these platforms. Please. And you are feeding into helping the second richest man in the world, who has a lot of wealth, a lot of power, and really, really heinous views that he is trying to see through to fruition, and also has a personal hatred of this person. So you guys have temporarily allied yourselves, but you need to understand that ultimately you still are not on the same side as Elon Musk. You should not be on the same side as Elon Musk. Bless you for trying. You are such a gorgeous woman, sound body and mind. Will's a lucky man. I'm lucky you exist. Please never stop to fight for what is right. You know, it's funny because usually I get comments that's like, poor Will, free Will. Ugh, I can't believe Will has to be with this witch. Poor Will Neff has to put up with a terrorist best friend and a terrorist girlfriend. They must be keeping him chained to the wall. Traditional news media struggle to understand the internet, blah, 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 blah. Okay, this vacuum left by the traditional media on internet culture coverage has allowed influencers, TikTokers, and streamers to step in and provide the tsunami of information that people crave. But that information is often unverified, and many influencers don't adhere to any journalistic or ethical standards. Just last month, a Wired investigation revealed that dozens of liberal news content creators, several identifying as independent journalists, were taking part in a dark money political influence scheme without any disclosure to the public. Meanwhile, right-wing content creators are building massive media empires, weaponizing pop culture news for political purposes with little to no scrutiny. I always appreciate Taylor Lorenz's reporting for many reasons, but one is because she's always highlighting this thing that I am always trying to talk about. The right for years and years has understood the importance of approaching politics via pop culture commentary. And this is something that we still have to catch up to here on the left. Yes, I know who she's referring to. Namely Candace Owens is like number one example of this. The disinformation pushed by these types of influencers confuses audiences, leaves them less informed, and erodes trust in actual journalism. The internet is the most powerful political tool of our time, but most media organizations treat it as an afterthought until breaking news arises. Too many media outlets don't employ reporters who truly live online and have a firm grasp of internet culture, said Oliver Darcy, a longtime media reporter and founder of Status, a newsletter about the media. The other thing, too, is because the internet and those who work and have amassed a platform on the internet, that is a threat to these legacy media organizations. So not only do they not understand it and are they not employing people who understand internet culture, it's because they're also resistant to it because it's bad for their business. The journalists getting things wrong, Darcy explains, don't have nefarious intentions. They're often just general assignment reporters thrown into stories that they're unqualified to report on. This is how we've ended up with so many false reports of things like non-existent TikTok challenges. Just like a news organization would not send a general reporter into a war zone, outlets would not send untrained journalists into the chaotic online world and expect them to be able to have a complete understanding of what is transpiring. Ryan Broderick, founder of the newsletter Garbage Day and one of the first ever internet culture reporters, said that it didn't have to be this way. Throughout the 2010s, digital media companies employed dozens of journalists covering various online communities and phenomena. But much of their coverage, however, wasn't innately valued outside of its ability to generate traffic by going viral on platforms like Facebook. Once digital media crumbled and outlets like BuzzFeed, Mick, Vice, and others shuttered their news teams, online culture reporting as a beat was gutted. Some internet culture writers ended up in traditional media. Ali Breland and Charlie Warzel, two top journalists who have reported on the darkest and most obscure corners of the internet, landed at The Atlantic. Eric Toller, who previously worked at the investigative outlet Bellingcat and has extensive experience plunging the depths of the internet, went to the New York Times. Many others simply quit the business or became content creators themselves. Gender-based attacks also eroded the internet culture beat. In the 2010s, much of internet culture journalism was done by women. In 2025, many have been driven out of the industry by declining opportunities or a relentless torrent of abuse and blowback from the subjects they cover. Gamergate, a misogynistic harassment campaign that began in the early 2010s, provided a blueprint for the weaponization of the internet and kickstarted the careers of many of the most prominent right-wing internet figures today. Legacy media organizations hired women and LGBTQ journalists to cover these influencers, then, as Broderick put it, threw them into the internet wood chipper for traffic. As many online pointed out following Kirk's shooting, Gamergate was the spark for modern radicalization. Will Sommer, a senior reporter at The Bulwark and author of the book Trust the Plan, The Rise of QAnon and the Conspiracy That Unhinged America, is one of the country's top reporters on internet culture and online extremism. He said that traditional media organizations are simply reluctant to acknowledge that internet things and internet movements and internet politics are worth taken seriously and deserve having some expertise on for a newsroom. To cover internet culture effectively requires newsrooms to understand a world that they are not used to and to understand there will be bad faith attacks against any reporters who cover it. Jamie Cohen, associate professor of media studies at CUNY Queens College, said the more out of touch the traditional media becomes with internet culture, the more trust these organizations lose with the public and especially younger audiences. Cohen likened the situation to 2008, right before the financial crisis. In 2008, the media lacked the financial literacy to understand crucial concepts. Financial experts were able to not explain certain important things. That lack of nuanced coverage of our financial system allowed for exploitation by bad actors who thrived under lack of oversight, Cohen said. The more out of touch the mainstream media coverage of the online world becomes, the more audiences, especially younger audiences, turn to less reliable news sources. Already, the share of U.S. adults who say they regularly get news from TikTok has jumped from 3% in 2020 to 17% in 2024. That's wild. I mean, it makes sense if you're online at all. Like that would, yes, that lines up, but that's a big jump in just 4 years. 37% of Americans aged 18 to 29 say they regularly get news from news influencers, compared with just 7% of those 65 and older. Aiden Walker, a meme researcher. Can you imagine that being your job title? Hi, yes, I'm a meme researcher. I research memes. A meme researcher in Washington, D.C. said that instead of relegating certain people in a newsroom to understanding the online world, news outlets need to start hiring people who are hyper online for all beats. Journalists need to recognize that spending a lot of time on X doesn't mean that they are plugged into online culture. Twitter cannot be the place where journalists get a sense of what's happening in the world because it's not a complete picture. Some on X echoed the sentiment. Millennial journalists spend time scrolling Twitter for headlines and mistake that as being very online, which would be a meaningful descriptor maybe 15 years ago, but today puts you closer to Facebook moms and dads. Here's the thing. Hogan, thank you for the gifted sub. I only get news from here. Great. I am online, but I don't think that I am online in this sense. Like, there is still a lot about the internet that I don't understand, and these like specific corners of the internet that I do not inhabit. I am not hyper online. I am mostly online because I'm a content creator and because I stream on the internet every single night. But there is definitely a difference between being somebody who just spends time on Twitter and, I don't know, kind of the mainstream social media platforms versus like really understanding internet culture. We know, Queen. I'm not a Redditor. No. Yeah, I'm not even on Reddit. Adam Alexic, a linguist and author of the book Algo Speak, How Social Media is Transforming the Future of Language, said that what constitutes very online has evolved over the years. To be very online today, you have to understand years of meme history across platforms, as well as a niche understanding of the specific communities that you're engaging with. Like my mother always turns to me to ask questions about the internet, and she's like, "Oh, I know about the internet because of you." I'm like, "Mom, I don't even know of the internet." So you are getting knowledge from me, and I do not consider myself to be a person who is well versed in online culture, in like internet culture. It truly the blind leading the blind. Young people are digital natives. They have grown up so immersed in the online environment that they have a deep internet knowledge, which may seem incomprehensible to outsiders. And then guess what happens? Do you want to do a meme school with your mom? Oh my God. Nandre, I think it would break her. I think it would shatter her mind. But it would be very funny. Bluebird, thank you for the 4 months. Spudding, thank you for the 24 months. Socratic, thank you for the 3 months. I will consider it. Now, the question is, would my mother do it? That's the question. Yeah, Nandre explaining Skibbity Riz to my mom, the brain rot would take over immediately, and I think she would die. The more editors and thought leaders relying on AI summaries of online concepts and technologies, the more diluted and disconnected from the culture they become. And this all gets back to the fear-mongering, the moral panic around the internet because of not understanding internet culture. It's not to say that there are not concerning things, obviously, but what this is leading to is legislation that is cracking down on free speech, that is cracking down on information access, that is coming from the right, these bills that are very damaging and very worrisome. And because people don't, like with this, with the shooter being on Discord, normies, those who are not hyper online, which of course tend to be older people, right? Like being more internet savvy, you're going to skew younger. So they look at this and they're like, what the hell is going on? And so if they find out that their child uses Discord, because a lot of people use Discord and their kid like games and whatnot, now they're going to be convinced that they're going to be the next person to pick up a gun and shoot some influencer in the neck. We should just watch Skibbity Toilet with your mom and have her sum it up at the end. Yeah, we should just like not say anything, show my mom something and be like, so what are your thoughts? They're going to kick Hassan off next 100%. They're coming for anyone who remotely leans left. This is full-on fascism. I mean, I would be lying if I said I have not been concerned over this. In the wake of Charlie Kirk's shooting, not only have I been concerned about personal safety, but also what is going to happen with these platforms now, as there has already been a push to crack down on speech. That is, of course, speech coming from the left. Like, make no mistake that these bills will not be protecting children. These bills will not be keeping young people like Tyler Robinson from committing violent acts. That is not what will be occurring here. What will happen is just more suppression, the inability to access diversity of voices, to access, to access political speech that is of the left. And anyway, so it's not good. So no, I don't want you to say like 100% Hassan's going to get kicked off or like anybody on the left is going to get kicked off. I like to stay away from absolutes. Hassan could go to YouTube, there are other platforms, but anyway, I like to stay away from speaking in absolutes, but I will say that the reason we have to be pushing back against this type of panic and against these, against these bills that are disguised as saving the kids is because of what this can lead to. Broderick is hoping that news outlets like his Garbage Day can step up and keep people informed. Prior to the shooting, Broderick hired a researcher from Know Your Meme, the leading internet meme database, and a managing editor who came from Tumblr and BuzzFeed. So far, his investment in online culture coverage is paying off. Broderick said that his post last Friday covering the online references made by Kirk's shooter amassed over 500,000 views. Will Summers' newsletter False Flag for the Bulwark reaches over 861,000 subscribers. Someone needs to explain to people that a Gopnik is not necessarily a Pepe. See, I don't even know what the fuck that means. What is a Gopnik? Andre? It is a stereotype about lower class men who typically wear Adidas tracksuits, enjoy hard bass music, and pose for pictures in. Oh, wait, is it this? Wait. Is it? Hold on. Is it this? In a tracksuit? Okay. I've seen that. I've seen that before. And then, yes, this is Pepe. Photo by Anthony Kwan, my dad. What? Yeah, you know, I don't even know where Pepe comes from. Nandre, we need to do another meme school. Have you heard of Ugopnik, the like content creator? It's from a comic. Y'all, if you have been here for any of the internet meme school streams, you would know that it's not crazy for me to be like, so where does Pepe come from? The history of Pepe. It comes from a French webcomic, and 4chan took it to. Why is 4chan always at the scene of the crime? Why is it always like it was this thing that was harmless and then 4chan made it racist? Easy breezy, beautiful pug. Thank you for the tier 1. Lazula Beam, thank you for the tier 1. Pepe the Frog. Pepe the Frog. Feels good, man. Wait, so then my question is, how does it go from being a racist 4chan meme to like an emo? You know what I mean? To be used by a lot of people. Is it kind of trying to reclaim it? Where 4chan will make something, will give something racist intent, but then the people take it back? The order's reversed. Okay, so it's reclaiming it. It's reclaiming it. I got it. "4chan is basically where modern internet culture got its start. It's Genesis chapter 1 for nearly every meme, every internet joke or saying." Do you know that I've never been on 4chan? Aside from I guess, I mean, things have been linked to me before to explain like old memes, but otherwise, like I had never been on it, which I know is good. Yeah, I understand. That's good. There's an American documentary film about the internet meme Pepe the Frog called Feels Good Man. Marking the directorial debut of Arthur Jones, the film stars artist Matt Fury, the creator of Pepe. The film follows Fury as he struggles to reclaim control of Pepe from members of the alt-right who have co-opted the image for their own purposes. The film premiered at the 2020 Sundance Film Festival and won a U.S. Documentary Special Jury Award for Emerging Filmmaker. It was also nominated in the U.S. Doc competition at Sundance. Here's the plot. Pepe the Frog, a character created by Matt Fury and first featured in a comic on MySpace called Boys Club, is one of 4 20-something post-collegiate slacker friends who live together. In one installment, Pepe is caught by one of his housemates with his pants around his ankles, urinating. Asking why, he replies, "Feels good, man." The image became a viral internet meme and is co-opted by the alt-right. Fury attempts to take Pepe back from the alt-right, who have turned him from a cartoon character into a symbol for hate. Like, how do you even do that? How do you even take a frog, a cartoon frog, and be like, yes, this is now a Nazi? The film deals with the question of whether Pepe can be redeemed. The coda of the film alludes to Pepe's appropriation by pro-democracy demonstrators during the 2019 to 2020 Hong Kong protests. Man, Nazis really do steal everything and then just try to be like, no, this is a Nazi now. This is a Nazi.
Look at every...
Sorry.
The House Oversight Committee had...
Yeah, I mean, they did steal the swastika. That is true.
Caroline.
Okay. I have to say, I don't know who this streamer is. I don't know who he is. She is working this in a way that I need to take notes from. Yeah. It's not enough for Will Neff to come onto my stream now and be shirtless. I need him doing this. I gotta pip those subs.
Oh, is that her man's?
Yeah. That is. See? That's what I'm saying.
That whole ass couple is coming after my girl. Okay. Okay.
No, that whole ass couple is showing us up.
Oh, but Dylan,
I see what you've done.
That's what's happening.
I see what you've done.
No, they are working it out here in ways that we are failing.
No, I'm going to have to shake some pussy.
Yes, you are. For some levity, that streamer you reacted to you. Oh. Oh no. Oh no. Why is this? No. No, why is this what was sent to her? You guys. Why?
Is she
dying?
Is she sweaty or is that...
My kitchen is fucked.
Like,
is she sweaty?
I feel some sort of way. I feel...
Is she sweaty?
I feel some sort of way. I don't know what it is. But I like it. I don't know what it's... It resembles me of something. I don't know how exactly to explain this feeling to you.
Not her playing Careless Whisper. Not her playing Careless Whisper, which is my 5 gifted subs or more sound because I love Careless
But
Whisper.
I hope this song actually gets through to you in the manner that I'm trying to intend it to be.
So if you want to keep hanging out, I can keep playing videos, but this is probably going to take me a minute. Because the problem is the water keeps coming in. So we're trying to vacuum everything up, but this vacuum is also not.
Sorry, I'm not paying attention to, because right now I'm so like I'm never gonna
dance again.
Do you know what I mean, chat? Are you focused? Because I'm literally just like sexy right now.
Brian, thank you for the 5 gifted subs.
I can't focus.
I don't know.
I can't focus.
I don't know why it's not playing Careless Whisper, but you're getting it on the screen
I'm
right
literally
now.
just in real life gooning right now. I'm actually in real life
Caroline,
gooning.
why are you straight?
She's so pretty. She's my type. Can't concentrate. Like, I'm listening.
I cannot get over her being like, this girl is my type when I look like this. I look honestly crazy.
But it's the same thing. Like, do you feel like her 5 gift sub alert is Careless Whisper, by the way? What are yours? Oh my
so
god,
funny.
we're meant to be.
Hassan
We're meant to
CVH, thank you for the 5 gifted
Oh
subs.
my god.
Brian, thank you for the 5 gifted subs.
This is good.
White Grizzly, thank you for the 5 gifted subs.
And she's basically flooded over there. Yeah, she's
just keep watching these silly videos. And then
Okay, so is this what happens? Is this what happens? Can you be honest with me? Like, when you see a pretty girl and she's talking to you, do you feel the same way? Like, this song is coming on and you're not focused.
What is happening?
Like, in your head, she's talking, but in one ear, out the other. It's not because you're trying to be rude.
I like to, the context of this being that my kitchen flooded and I slipped in the water. Like, it was a very distressing moment. And having her being like, do you guys ever have a pretty girl and she's saying something you can't hear because you just think she's pretty?
It's not because you're trying to be rude, but she hits the spot that you need. No, there's no way. You can't tell me at least one.
Not her hitting the nar. This is fucking hilarious. It's so funny to me when it's always like cute girls. Like, she's got her little bows in her hair. It's like kind of the fan. It's like how fan will say things that just are so wild for when you look at fan and don't expect those things to come out of her mouth. You know? This is like a romantic setup. You slipped in the water and you had the meet cute. Yes, I'm now having a meet cute with a streamer who's seen a clip of me. seen a clip of me when I was half drowned after my kitchen flooded. God, that is too funny. That is too hilarious. All right. Anyway, that was a good little I have to figure out, why is my Careless Whisper sound not going? Hello. Let's see. It's got the sound on. I don't know. That's a question for Nico. What's her name? Her name is Kiko. And Kiko is doing things the way that I wish I could be doing things when it comes to Will Neff showing up on my stream. Okay. Anyway, back to the trash. Back to the garbage. So I want to talk about this more. This is Reddit, Discord, Steam, and Twitch CEOs being called to testify next month. What are the odds the song would be pulled up, though? Like, that's crazy. I mean, it's Careless Whisper. When you talk about sexo, when you talk about the ultimate sexo song, it's Careless Whisper. I'm never gonna end again. Guilty fever got. Yes, back to hell. All right, back to hell.
Has called the CEOs of several online forums to testify on Capitol Hill next month in the aftermath of the assassination of Charlie Kirk. I asked the chairman of that panel, Republican Congressman James Comer of Kentucky.
I'm sorry, but this is just a perfect tweet. I barely knew who Charlie Kirk was before this, and now I'm legally required to praise his holy name. That's crazy. How many people are becoming aware of who he is because they're like, wait a second, I'll lose my job? I could maybe go to prison? Hold on a second. Who's this? Who was this guy? And then they find out that he was like an internet dude. You're like, wait a sec. What? Fake country. Just completely fake timeline.
About this and a lot more. Here's part of our conversation. Mr. Chairman, good to see you. Today, you called the CEOs of Reddit, Discord, Steam, and Twitch before the committee. What do you want to hear?
Everything
And
computer.
what role, if any, do you believe these four platforms play in elevating or giving visibility to rhetoric that leads to or inspires violence?
We don't know that they are part of the problem, but we have a lot of questions. And several members of the Oversight Committee who are a lot more knowledgeable about those platforms.
Like, I'm sorry, it is so crazy to be going after Steam and not be going after Twitter or Rumble.
Than I was prior to the Charlie Kirk assassination.
Like, what the fuck did
they've expressed
Steam
concern
do?
that they would like to question them. There seems to be a pattern emerging from that's the form of communication of choice by some of the crimes, the high-profile crimes that have been committed lately, especially by the younger perpetrators. So we have a lot of questions about that, and hopefully sometimes, you know.
But like the thing about it too is there's no proof. There's no evidence pointing to the fact that Tyler Robinson, because of Twitch or Discord or Steam or whatever, committed this violent act due to what was occurring on these platforms. This is all just bullshit. This is just feeding into the moral panic that we've been talking about. It's the most bitch-made soy-ass whining I've ever seen. It's the fucking government doing it. And that's why, like, it's really important to educate people. It's important to educate normies and older people who don't understand these things and are like, oh, the kids are getting radicalized to commit murder. You know, pointing to that as the problems in this country.
It's not, we don't have these hearings necessarily to grill or embarrass witnesses, but maybe to find solutions to the problems, because there are a lot of people that are concerned that this pattern
Imagine if they banned musical theater after Lincoln's assassination. They're like, that's it. No more theater. That's it. I just explained what transmaxing is to my 70-year-old mom. How did that go? Was she like, oh, okay, I understand. Oh, okay. By the way, Bernie Sanders called it a genocide. Yes, of course, he still prefaced it with, but Hamas and Israel has the right to defend itself. So in essence, it was like, yes, he's calling it a genocide, but still doing his very Bernie Sanders way of not condemning the actions of the state of Israel separate from Benjamin Netanyahu. And also, it's been 2 years. I got to be so for real. It's like, there's like no win there. There's no W there. He also validated the dead baby's lie, didn't mention Hannibal directive. It's Bernie's not going to change on this. I really, like, I don't think him finally calling it a genocide is him signaling that he is going to be a staunch anti-Zionist.
Because of some form of business model that they made.
No, and I don't want this to be, no, this is not a damned if you do, damned if you don't. I think it is fair to go, man, it's been 2 years and you had people like Marjorie Taylor Greene call it out, but also because he qualified his statement. It wasn't that Israel is committing a genocide, point blank. We must end all support to Israel. We must end the system of apartheid that has created the conditions, you know, the violent conditions here. Like, it's still qualifying it. He's specifying offensive weapons. So, that's what I meant. Oh, I see. Okay. Anyway. It's still not good enough, because it's not, because you cannot put an asterisk on what's happening here. I feel like he's trying to signal that he's doing something different, but is he really though? Yeah, I mean, I just don't believe that Bernie Sanders is ever going to be anti-Zionist. I still think that his focus is on removing Netanyahu, who he points to always specifically as like the problem here. I mean, obviously the material need is ending genocide, but also ending the pre-genocide conditions that were very violent and, anti-Palestinian liberation.
Meaning, if I understand you correctly, Mr. Chairman, some of your committee members fear or have come to believe that communications on these platforms feel to a younger cohort in our country less visible, and so they're more comfortable discussing things that they are maybe contemplating?
He's older than the state of Israel.
Again, the pattern that this source of communication,
this form of communication was used by in at least 3 of the last 4 high-profile crimes. And there are members that have concerns that there could be, some type of behavior that could be either detected prior. I don't know how that would work, but they have some specific questions. And then as far as is there a reason that these criminals have started using that platform? Is there some type of marketing or some type of lure?
This is exactly what Taylor was talking about in this piece that she wrote in the Hollywood Reporter. Here, this is the link to that. When she's talking about how the people who are in charge, they do not understand internet culture. They do not understand these platforms. They don't understand how, they don't understand how the internet works. And so they are just broadly painting this picture of but also notably not platforms that are explicitly and overwhelmingly right-wing. There's a reason that Rumble is not being called in to testify. There's a reason that Elon Musk is going, bring Dan Clancy's ass in. And, Elon Musk is on Twitter allowing it to be like 70% Nazi bots. Yeah, or Kick, where somebody just fucking was killed, where somebody died because of abuse that the Kick CEO contributed to during that live stream. They literally call these people to Congress to ask questions because they're stupid. Didn't they ask the TikTok guy how social media works or something? When Nancy Pelosi called it TikTok, we're gonna get rid of the TikTok. TikTok is making the kids gay. Oh my fucking God. Free Jimmy Kimmel school walkout. I cannot. 12 p.m. Don't care, free Kimmel. Free Jimmy Kimmel school walkout. I'm telling you, if this gets to Jimmy Fallon, it is only going to be that much more painful. I am It is only going to be that much more painful when we have to do this for Jimmy Fallon. Oh, God.
Lures them in and maybe brings people together that communicate that may not be planning things in the best interest of the American people.
Several administration officials.
Also, like, the reason that people who view things in binaries are having a hard time understanding Tyler Robinson is because they can't fit him in a box. They want him to, they can't fit him in like Antifa. They can't fit him in like MAGA /Groyper /Nazi, right? And so this is just continuing to fabricate or to create fictions that will, I don't know, fulfill your what was already presumed to be the truth of this kid. Yeah, literally the median voter. It's like, oh, a guy who liked guns and video games.
Have discussed crackdowns on what they have described in public.
I will say that I have had to clarify to family members that Donald Trump that Hassan Piker was not calling on people to murder Rick Scott. But that's what's happening here, is because mainstream news outlets have gotten a hold of this and they're like, oh, look at this radicalization. Look at these calls for violence. Crazy slip. Look at these calls for violence. And they don't know what's going on. They don't understand. And they only will see something that's being run by, CNN or Fox News. And they're like, Jesus Christ. Yeah, it's real rich of Fox News in particular, considering that they have people like Brian Kilmeade outright being like, no, we should kill homeless people. That's the plan.
This includes the Vice President, J.D. Vance. Leftist groups or non-governmental organizations that they contend do things.
Retweet to show solidarity with Jimmy Kimmel. What does this mean? If Jimmy wants to enjoy the left's murder of Charlie in front of his toddlers, he should be able to enjoy and create a permission structure for this violence and more without consequence live on TV? You know what, Newt Dog? That's what that means. Free Jimmy Kimmel, and it's a picture of Jimmy Fallon. Get the fuck out of here. Get the fuck out of here. I can't.
Things to foment violence in our country of a political nature. Is the committee going to be involved in inquiries along those lines?
I don't know. It's been announced that the Department of Justice is looking into something along those lines. I know that there are several people, including Chip Roy, that have written a letter asking Speaker Johnson to form a select committee on that. But there's not been anything from our committee standpoint or from the leadership standpoint that's directed us on the Oversight Committee to do anything.
Do you share those concerns, and might you organize the committee in that direction?
Well, we know that there's a lot of funding of these indivisible groups. There are a lot of liberal groups.
I have to see something. Never mind.
Four of the last six.
Y'all, BBC just asked me if I want to share my views on Jimmy Kimmel being fired. How have I can't stop laughing. Like, it's not funny. It's not funny. But I am laughing because I am like, if I do this would be my first news spot, and it's me defending Jimmy Kimmel. Like, it's funny. It's really funny. I can't. Obviously, I will say it is not about Jimmy Kimmel, and I'm being facetious, but it is absurd. It's absurd. I have to do it for Jimmy. I do. Number one Jimmy Kimmel fan. We are living in absurd times. We are. First they came for Jimmy Kimmel, and then they came for the Twitch streamers. So I must. I think it might be for a radio show, so it would be audio only, which means they won't see the distress on my face. I am going to be the face of the Free Jimmy movement. Fuck you for making us have to defend Fallon on Twitter earlier. Fucking sent me. I mean, bro, this is where we're at. This is where we are at. They won't see the tears running down my face. How are you the person? I don't know. I don't understand why. I don't know. I don't know why me, but I guess that is the cross I have to bear. I will bear it. I will. This is the stupidest day in American history, a record that will be broken by every subsequent day in American history. This was from 2017. January 20th, 2017. When Donald Trump's inauguration, first time around, happened. That is what happened. And then in 2019, wow, still true, amazing. In 2024, truly an evergreen tweet. Oh, that's why this tweet, okay, this is 63,000 likes. That this is what maybe the BBC has seen. I'm like, clearly they must have seen tweets of mine. That's why I was like, okay, did this one pop off? Where I said, so institutions are just full on capitulating to right-wing threats and authoritarianism. Nope, it was this one. Who stand with Jimmy? I have to laugh. I just have to laugh. Oh my God. This is the dumbest day in American history. This is the dumbest day in American history so far. And like, I recognize, and I keep saying that obviously like shit is very serious, but also so stupid. You know what I mean? You know what I mean? Where you're just like, you can't even mention it being idiocracy anymore because we have surpassed that. I can't wait for one of my friends to send me your tweet from an Instagram meme group and I have to pretend to not know you. You're like, oh yeah, I don't know her. Who is she? She seems really pretty and cool. I don't know her though. She seems really rad. Ice Killer, thank you for the 35 months. Thank you. I just said that sounding so depressed. Thank you for the 35 months. Kimmel gives his toughest battles to his strongest soldiers. Ain't that the truth? First they came for Stephen Colbert and I did not speak out. Then they came for the Jimmy Kimmel and I did not speak out. And then I was dead. Ugh. Oh, good God. Oh, good God.
Public events I had protesters outside, and they were part of an indivisible group that's a subsidiary of a Soros-funded group. And you know, there's concern, I guess, among some. I'm not that worried about the protesters or the organized things, but you know,
organized things.
I guess after the Kirk assassination, there's some members that feel, you know, are there some of these left-wing groups trying to, get members to go to things outside in public where they can be.
What? Wait, hold on a second. What?
Or the organized things, but you know, after the Kirk assassination, there's some members that feel, you know, are there some of these left-wing groups trying to, get members to go to things outside in public?
You mean like touch grass?
Where they can be sitting ducks and things like that. I don't think that, but there are always.
You don't think that?
I don't think that, but I do think.
Wait, are there left-wing groups who are trying to get people to go outside? And so they can be sitting down. What is bro saying? People in here being like, joke's on you. I don't touch grass. Yeah, touching grass is terrorism, ...
There are a lot of NGOs that are being funded by left-wing groups that are creating havoc. I mean, they're trying to disrupt meetings.
Like seriously, what left-wing groups? What are we talking about? What is this left-wing funding? Where's this money? Here, I'm a leftist streamer. Where's the left-wing funding? They're funding NGOs? I'm an NGO. It's just word salad.
The
I
protesters
know.
at my meeting in Paducah, Kentucky, when they left, when the crowd left, they were getting up in their face and things like that. So that's not, that crosses the line of free speech.
Meaning it becomes physical confrontation. But as a baseline threshold
I got your
matter,
funding right here, mommy. Got your funding right here.
protest in this country, however it's funded, protected by the First Amendment, protected by the Oversight Committee, respected as a form of political communication in this country.
It is, as long as there's no violence.
As long as there's no violence. That's an absolute benchmark for you in the committee.
Sure.
Okay. Yesterday, the Attorney General, Pam Bondi, said, or was
Anonymous gifter,
a
thank you for
podcast
the thank you for the left wing funding. Thank you for the left wing secret funding here. Josh, thank you for the 6 months. Hogan, thank you for the gift.
was put across the media in which she said hate speech will be prosecuted. And there was tremendous blowback among conservatives saying that's not permissible in this country. Were you alarmed by those remarks?
Well, I don't know. Sometimes people say things and they don't come out the way they mean. Sometimes the media is taking them out of context. I think Pam Bondi, certainly it's a fair question to ask her what she meant by that. But I do think that there's a concern about the increased political temperature in America and the result being more violence. Many of us believe that the majority of the last several mass shootings and high-profile crimes have been committed by people that are more on the liberal end of this political spectrum than conservative.
Yeah, right, because you guys just get to decide these things. You just get to decide them, state them as fact, and then use your power to crack down on said violent left. Okay. Eric DeReed, thank you for the gifted. Ainsley, thank you for the tier 1. Okay. Very cool. Very good. Very great.
Now, some of the media would disagree with that, but I'm pretty confident, and I'll say that. I'm not just blaming the left. Both parties, both sides can share blame for increased political rhetoric. But at the end of the day, I
think there are victims on both sides.
There are victims on both sides.
Minnesota
there are bad actors
legislatures,
on both sides.
Governor Shapiro in Pennsylvania, Speaker Pelosi's husband. I mean, there are victims on both sides.
Of course.
You acknowledge that?
Yeah, I do acknowledge that.
Okay.
I do.
Okay, thank you for the funding.
But it is true that hate speech is not prosecutable in this country. It's protected by the First Amendment, repugnant though it may be. You believe that?
I do. I would assume that Pam Bondi believes that
Infinite Worm, thank you for the 5 gifted. Maple Tanks, thank you for the bits.
hate speech that is directed towards an end goal of violence or criminal behavior would be prosecuted. That's what I would assume she would mean by that, but you would have to ask her that.
Welcome back to the
you would have to ask her that. Flunky, holy moly, thank you for the left-wing funding. Yeah, I don't know what also for some where is Careless Whisper? You know what? Where the hell is Careless Whisper? I don't know where Careless Whisper is, so I'm gonna have to play it. I'm gonna have to manually do Careless Whisper. Local Brood, thank you for the NGO funding. Oh. Moog Boy, thank you for the tier 1. You know what, though? It's like, aren't these the vibes that you want for left-wing funding? Just ultimate sexo vibes. Lazula Beam, thank you for the 5 gifted subs. Thank you. Oh, I can't end it before we get to Gonna dance again. That's right. Oh, so scary, so violent. Oh, must be stopped. Stupid, sexy, secret left funding. Stupid, sexy, secret left funding. The most dangerous kind. Okay.
Takeout. Earlier today on Capitol Hill, I discussed the ongoing Epstein investigation.
Okay, wait, I was going to look at something. Oh, Pam Bondi talking about, he's like, you have to ask Pam Bondi? Great.
Attorney
here.
General Pam Bondi drawing criticism from both Democrats and Republicans
Pam
for
Bondi.
comments she made on Katie Miller's podcast yesterday, talking about Charlie Kirk.
There's free speech and then there's hate speech. And there is no place, especially now, especially after what happened to Charlie in our society. We will absolutely target you, go after you, if you are targeting anyone with hate speech, anything. And that's across the aisle.
The Attorney General later forced to...
Donald Trump says he's designating Antifa a terrorist group and launching a probe into finding of Antifa activities. The FBI has long said Antifa doesn't really have a centralized structure or leadership. You know what's so funny? I love the way that they treat like anything on the left as funded and organized as white supremacist groups. It's like, oh, because you guys are used to this. You look at like the Proud Boys and the fucking KKK and you assume that it's the equivalent on the left. Like you see Antifa as like this massive, powerful, centralized network. Oh, God. I'm pleased to inform our many USA patriots that I am designating Antifa, a sick, dangerous, radical left disaster, as a major terrorist organization. You know, Antifa is a really nice, beautiful name for a baby girl. Hi, this is little baby Antifa. little baby Antifa. It's beautiful. It's gorgeous. They are trying to Dreamcast Eddington into real life. Yeah, I think one problem with Eddington is that it hit too close. I think people watched it and went, I'm not enjoying this shit at all. Yeah, it was like a documentary. I will also be strongly recommending that those funding Antifa be thoroughly investigated in accordance with the highest legal standards and practices. Thank you for your attention to this matter. Unfortunately, I am anti-fascist, and so those of you who have been funding me, sorry, you will be thoroughly investigated. I am Antifa. My dad is John Antifa.
Clarify those remarks posted on...
Antifa. Did you know that Antifa is actually full name Anti-Fashion? Anti-Fashion. Yeah, you're Antifa. I'm Antifa. We are Antifa. Antifa. Oh, God. Zio, thank you for the gifted. Themedric, thank you for the prime. Stringle, thank you for the gifted.
On Twitter, quote,
Sunlight
hate speech
Bro,
that
thank you for the
crosses the line
gifted.
into threats of violence is not protected by the First Amendment. It's a crime. Free speech protects ideas, debate, even dissent, but it does not and will never protect violence. It is clear this violent rhetoric is designed to silence others from voicing conservative ideals. Of course, when people talk about hate speech, they're not necessarily talking about incitement to violence, which is a whole other category.
Right. I mean, there's hate speech around, as we know, hate.
Bro, you know that JD Vance is just dying for JD Vance. Any JD Vance memes to be designated as hate speech. He's like, if I have to see one more fucking photo of my face that is not my face, who started that? Like, when did that start? Because it has gotten to a point that I kind of forget what JD Vance actually looks like, but it's his face. Yeah, wait, sorry, what memes? Hold on a second, huh? That's just what he looks like. What? It's so good that I legitimately have forgot his face. Me as well.
Crimes, right, which can lead to violence, obviously hate speech that can lead to violence. But what about, I don't know, hate speech around hanging the former vice president of the United States? How about hate speech or inciting violence that leads to a violent mob attacking the United States Capitol on January 6th and a police officer being killed? I mean, the hypocrisy around this is just astonishing, given that, you know, what we seem to hear from President Trump is hate speech or mean speech or negative, anything he just doesn't like. Anyone who doesn't ask him a question that he deems inappropriate seems to be, you know, hateful. We've seen him berate many of our CNN colleagues and others for any question he just deems is out of bounds.
Yeah.
So what's concerning here is, you know, the U.S. Constitution is supposed to help us guide around what's hate speech in terms of any audience that we might be speaking to, not just people we don't like.
I saw a lot of conservatives on social media taking real issue with what Attorney General Bondi had to say.
Yeah, and I think that's why she had very worthwhile clarifications. Look, you can't yell fire in a movie theater. You can't yell bomb at an airport. There are consequences to those actions when they turn violent. We know that this killer was on Discord and all the chants talking to people wanting violence against Charlie Kirk. If this was aimed at another group besides conservatives, I think our tone would be a bit different. Look, I agree that there is a difference between hate speech and speech that's asking for violence or inciting people toward violence. But I think we're right now very close to that cusp and a lot of left-wing chatter, and it needs to be looked at. And by the way, the administration says they have evidence that groups are funding a lot of that. That should be looked into.
So Terry, our former colleague, ABC's Jonathan Karl, tried to ask President Trump about this earlier today. Take a listen.
A lot of your allies say hate speech is free speech.
We probably go after people like you because you treat me so unfairly. It's hate. You have a lot of hate in your heart. Maybe they'll come after ABC. Well, ABC paid me $16 million recently for a form of hate speech, right? Your company paid me $16 million for a form of hate speech. So maybe they'll have to go after you.
First of all, the notion that Jonathan Karl has a lot of hate in his heart.
He's one of the fairest and most decent people.
I don't think he has any hate in his heart. But what was your reaction when you heard that?
Well, first, as to Trump, look, this is basically what every petty autocrat wants. Make your whims the law. Okay, little clarity. There's no such thing as hate speech in American federal law. The words never appear in the U.S. Code. And the Supreme Court, for decades, Republicans and conservatives alike, have again and again and again said when the government wants to punish speech, they have to meet an incredibly high burden. That came in a case where somebody threatened to shoot Lyndon Johnson, in a case where somebody burned a cross on a lawn, in a case of stalking a singer-songwriter, and in the case of the Westboro Baptist Church, which staged these despicable demonstrations outside the funerals of fallen soldiers. Each time, Supreme Court overturned a conviction won by the government. It is almost impossible to win there.
But his comments there come the same.
Bro, I just am like, I'm torn. Here's what I'm torn between. I am torn between not wanting to just go full batshit on people who are like, this is really concerning. Our speech is under fire, but in a way that it's like the first time it's happening. And that's because they've ignored the past 2 years and the attacks on pro-Palestine supporters. I like want to just go crazy, but I don't. It's like, okay, if you're getting on board, that means you have to be on board completely. That means that you can't just be fighting against this stuff. You can't just be recognizing that it's bad, because now it's like in your backyard, or so you feel. Like you gotta wake up. You gotta wake up. But also, I don't think for people in the media, it's waking up. I think it was very intentionally that they support Israel. And of course, the media is still, the mainstream media is very pro-Israel. Like, I think it was at the New Yorker that the New Yorker just came out, and employees there said that the head of the newsroom was like, you cannot use the word genocide or something like that, that they're still doing, they're still carrying water for Israel. So I don't know. It's frustrating. I don't mean this as far as normal people, where it's like, hey, I want you to connect the dots between what's been happening with the protests against Israel to what is happening now. Like, I will help you connect these dots and see what's happening. But I mean, it's like people in media and Democrats, and it's like, I feel you, but the fact that they're going for the most milquetoast liberals and designating anti-fascism as terrorism does feel like we're crossing another line here. No, 100%. The fact we've gotten to the jimmies, absolutely. The fact we've gotten to the jimmies is indicative of how we are just speeding down this path. Is there any legal recourse? Do you mean as like far as what Jimmy Kimmel can do? Or do you mean like what can Jimmy Neutron is next? No, I don't think so. I mean, somebody who knows better than I would have a better answer to it, but Jimmy Kimmel getting canceled is making people realize things are seriously bad the same way Tom Hanks getting COVID was. That's so true, though. For it to go to the courts, ABC would have to sue the administration if they stood their ground on the pressure from the admin. Well, yeah, I mean, what it is like, ABC is capitulating to pressure from Brendan Carr. So the administration doesn't have the ability to fire Jimmy Kimmel themselves, obviously, but it's the pressure that they're putting on ABC. So any legal recourse would be between ABC and Jimmy Kimmel. And right now they're saying it's an indefinite suspension. And that they're claiming that it violates like the company standards. But also, yeah, the Gina Carano settled that suit with Disney. Like, that was also a story when I covered it. I said, y'all, this is what the state of things is. Okay. Companies will be settling with like things that happened in the woke era when things were still woke, settling with people who were fired for fired for violating like company policy.
Same day that President Trump posted on Truth Social, quote, "Today I have the great honor of bringing a $15 billion defamation and libel lawsuit against the New York Times, one of the worst and most degenerate newspapers in the history of our country, becoming a virtual mouthpiece for the radical left Democrat Party. The New York Times has been allowed."
So I guess like Jimmy Kimmel could sue ABC. They have to like have proof that executives were acting due to pressure from the government versus actually having issue with what Jimmy Kimmel said. But I think it would be difficult to prove.
To freely lie, smear, and defame me for so long, that stops now. In a note to staff, the New York Times publisher said, quote, "Everyone, regardless of their politics, should be troubled by the growing anti-press campaign led by President Trump and his administration." TW, any...
God, I hate having to watch this much of Jake Tapper.
Any issues with
Can't
that? What
stand
do you
this
think
guy.
of him suing the New York Times for articles that he felt portrayed him negatively?
Well, he has the right as an American to bring lawsuits against those who he thinks defame him. He obviously won the lawsuit against ABC for defamation when he was caught.
Well, he didn't win it. They settled.
Well, they settled.
I gotta be so for real too. I don't know if I could even see Jimmy Kimmel trying to take legal action.
But what was the core of it? It was defamation, being called a rapist.
The core of it was the business interests of Disney.
Well,
Right.
well,
That's
perhaps,
also-
but why the case? Hold on a second. Why the case? Well, bear with me.
No.
Why the case was brought was for that reason. He has the right to do it. Okay. There is. I saw one poll in YouGov saying 67% of the American people do not believe that Donald Trump gets a fair shake. He often says that I could cure cancer and everyone would hate it. The fact of the matter is Donald Trump feels that he is uniquely picked on by the press. He is constantly challenging them, and I think he was trolling Jonathan Carl there. But I think this is his remedy to try to get at what is the core reason for why the media will never give Trump and his supporters a fair shake. Will it work? We will see, but he has the right to do it.
Well, I think that Jonathan Carl, once again, is not a hater in any way, shape, form, or fashion. But as far as the president bringing a libel suit, there is leadership interest there involved in there. I will say this. This whole discussion is
just doing a little trolling. Come on, the president's just doing a little trolling. Come on, he's just... You guys, it's called satire. It's called irony. It's called a joke.
home to roost of the illiberal left's project begun 30 years ago to make speech violence, right? To make hate a crime. And they were always warned by libertarians, at some point, a government you don't like will use this against you. And that's what's happening now.
I think the other problem.
So the libertarians were correct. Justice for libertarians. Is that what we're saying here? When are they going to challenge this narrative that the right wing gets an unfair shake from the media? They won't. They don't challenge it because they're part of that system, you know? I know it's so maddening. It's so maddening to act as if the right is just small beans. They're like, it's the same way that Israel and Israel supporters are always like crying victimhood. It's something that fascists just do. But by being like, we're just the little guy. We're just the small beans.
That I have with some of these lawsuits.
Yeah. Is that all that the libertarians said?
It's not just that he's bringing the lawsuit against these networks. It's then saying, and we're going to mess with I'm going to use the levers of government to mess with your business interests. That is not appropriate. It's one thing to say, I'm going to sue you around speech that I think is inappropriate or because I have my First Amendment rights. But when you are using those levers to then create other problems for a business entity, that's where it becomes problematic. And unfortunately, we're seeing that happen over and over again.
This is my queen, Nicola Coughlan, speaking at the Together for Palestine fundraiser that happened today.
ceasefire, for speaking out for what we believe to be grave violations of human rights in Gaza. But I'm going to use this moment to say, there are many artists that I love, and that I know you love, that have hundreds of millions of followers, and they're saying nothing in this moment. We know that music and art have always been tools of resistance, ways to speak truth when it's hard to
Looks like Antifa.
hear, and to stand with those who are being ignored. And our next performer tonight is raising her powerful voice with such tenderness in a time that needs it more than ever. Please welcome the incredible Celeste.
Yeah, I mean, Nicola Coughlan is like, you know, there are people with hundreds of millions of followers, enormous platforms who have still said nothing. And it just feels like one of those things where it's like, man, at this point, like, come on. But also, if you were going to say something, now is the time. I don't think that you should like get praise or anything for it because you're late to the party, right? You're late to the party. But if you were going to say something, now is the time. Now is the time. And one day everyone will always have been against this. But guess what? We will remember those who never said a word. Gorillas stand with Palestine. This one made me teary-eyed, consistent for more than 15 years. How much money did... I tuned in for a little bit today. Free Palestine fundraiser. Hell yeah, gorillas. Ugh, get off my screen. We know how much money the Together for Palestine.
With the violence that's happening in Gaza, there's a real responsibility to bear witness to the full story.
Is that Amelia de Moldenberg?
To tell us about the challenges of that, please welcome an award-winning British-American journalist, CEO and editor-in-chief of the new media company Zato, Mehdi Hassan.
By 10 p.m. local time, actress and activist Jamila Jamil announced the show had raised $2 million, according to The Guardian. So it looks as if they raised about $2 million.
Thank you very much.
At least Jerry Seinfeld finally spoke up. Just don't look at what he said. Oh yeah, Jerry Seinfeld, who won't shut the fuck up. And he compared Free Palestine to the KKK.
Thank you, Wembley. Ladies and gentlemen, brothers and sisters, friends, for the past 23 months, we have been lied to, manipulated, misled, gaslit, and not just by Israel, but by our own mainstream media. When it comes to the genocide in Gaza, Western journalism has spectacularly failed us. And so it infuriates me when people say Israel needs to allow journalists into Gaza. Yes, Israel does. But Western media must stop acting as if there aren't any journalists in Gaza.
Apparently, Brian Eno wrote that, in an article he penned in The Guardian ahead of the event, he said that they had been working for a year to make this event happen, a full year, because finding a venue proved challenging. The mere mention of the word Palestine was a near certain precursor to refusal. But at some point in the past few months, something changed. Wembley signed a contract, YouTube finally consented to streaming the event, and most importantly, artists agreed to appear. And that is, of course, indicative of just how unbelievably evil Israel's actions have been. That even, here's the thing, okay? Charlie Kirk was not about to become anti-Israel. And a lot of what Candace Owens is saying right now is really deranged and also doing like Jewish conspiracy theory, anti-Semitism type shit. Charlie Kirk was a pro-Israel right-wing influencer. However, what has happened is because Israel has just been so like over the top evil, and because a lot of the public are really angry at Israel, pro-Israel supporters have had to tone it down a little bit, like just a little bit, where they'll throw in a little criticism for Netanyahu. They might mention humanitarian aid. Of course, they are still very pro-Israel and have spent the last 2 years mocking dead Palestinians. But anyway, I just don't, I do not believe that Charlie Kirk was suddenly about to become some like anti-Zionist voice in the space. But I do think it's telling here that, of course, in the last couple months, YouTube consented, Wembley signed a contract, artists agreed to appear, because it has reached that point where now it's the scrambling to go, whoa, like I was not for this. I bear no culpability here.
The bravest journalists in the world are in Gaza right now. Palestinian journalists. 270. That's how many Palestinian journalists Israel has killed in Gaza. More than were killed in the First World War, the Second World War, the Korean War, the Vietnam War, the Iraq War combined. 270 Palestinian journalists killed on the streets, in their homes, with their families. Killed not in spite of the fact that they were wearing a vest marked press, but because they were wearing a vest marked press. They were not killed by accident as collateral damage. No, they were killed as part of Israel's deliberate campaign to blind the world, to erase all evidence of their crimes. Because to the genociders, there is nothing more dangerous than a camera lens or a microphone. And so they murdered Anas al-Sharif, Hossam Shabbat, Mariam Abu Daqqa, Roshdi Siraj, Muhammad Abu Hattab with 11 members of his family, Bilal Jaddallah, and hundreds more whose names will never be read aloud on CNN or the BBC. And by the way, shame on those Western journalists who have said not a word about the mass killing of their Palestinian counterparts. Shame on them. As a Western journalist myself, I can tell you all this. The Palestinian journalists...
Crumpets, what? I was talking about Mehdi earlier and it seemed like you didn't care. When I was linking the Mehdi tweet, why did you hate that? Are you joking or are you being serious? I can't tell if you're doing that thing where you're like crossing over a line and I have to remind you to be normal. I don't know if you're trolling. I don't know if you're trolling or if it's one of those where you'll go, I'm sorry.
They are the best of us. They are the best of us because they are not just documenting a war or a genocide, they're documenting their own annihilation, their own starvation in real time. And so they have shown the world that you can't bomb the truth away. Say it with me. Say it with me. Say it together. You can't bomb the truth away. I can't hear you, Wembley. Louder. Let's do it again. You can't bomb the truth away. Every fallen journalist leaves behind their footage, their words, their examples. And so it's up to each and every one of us to carry their work forward. Let us honor their sacrifice, not with fear, but with courage, not with silence, but with our loudest voices, not with despair, but with open defiance. To the fallen journalists in Gaza, to the murdered journalists in Gaza, we say your voices are our voices. Your struggle is our struggle. And your truth will not die. And to Israel and to its allies in the media, to those who think they can censor us with violence, with threats, with smears, hear us tonight. Hear us from Wembley. You will not silence Gaza. You will not silence Palestine. You will not silence the truth. And one day soon, Palestine will be free.
Did you like this video?
Did you like this video? I want to watch Annie Lennox. I'm just gonna say as a reminder, this goes for everybody in chat. First of all, you guys get away with spamming a lot more in this chat than they do in other chats. Mods are pretty lenient, but please recognize that, like, when I'm talking about something, I'm not always gonna just switch gears, and spamming can be obnoxious. Also, don't take it personally if I don't click on your link. There are 2,600 people in here. Earlier, there were over 3,000. So if you're taking it personally, if I don't click your link, you need to log off. Okay. It's not personal. But that's really unfair to me. That gets into parasocial territory. You need to log off if you're feeling upset by that. Okay. And sometimes you guys will link things that I've already looked at. I'm sorry, you're right. I enjoy the stream always. I know. I just need to do a reminder here and there. I need to do my reminder, but it causes me stress, and it's really unfair to me, and it's also not fair to other people in chat as well. So just need to remind you all that there are rules, that there are lots of other people in here. So it's okay. I promise Caroline sees more than you think. Yes. And like, trust that I know that people come in here and they, like, I've done this before in other people's streams where I'm like, have you seen this? Have you seen this? If I've seen it, like, I'm not gonna click on the link again. I'm not gonna cover it again. And I get that, people come in here at different points, but that's when, like, it can be annoying if you're spamming over and over again. If it's something mods know that I need to see, the mods are smart. They know if it's something that, like, I would want to look at. So they'll make sure, or if it's something really important, they'll make sure to ping me, Oh, Annie, my queen. Not spamming, but curious if you've seen Taylor's new video. Is the one on robots?
How many times do I have to try to tell you that I'm sorry for the things I've done? But when I start to try to tell you, that's when you have to tell me, hey, this kind of why don't you ever learn to keep your big mouth shut? That's why it hurts so bad to hear the words that keep on falling from
God,
your mouth.
she's still so good.
Falling from your
That voice.
mouth. Falling from your mouth. Tell me why. I may be mad, I may be blind, I may be viciously unkind, but I can still read what you're thinking. And I've heard it said too many times that you'll be better off.
I know,
beside.
her voice still hits.
Why can't you see this boat is sinking? This boat is sinking. This boat is sinking, 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 sinking down.
No, I haven't watched Taylor's new video on the robots
Go
yet.
down to the water's edge, and we can cast away those doubts. Some things are better left unsaid, but they still turn me inside out. Turn it inside out. Turn it inside out. Tell me why. This is the sound of drones and guns. Watch the people run, run, run. Shoot to kill them just for fun. Bodies falling one by one. Step back while they blow the fuse. Those who win and those who lose. Those who conquer and abuse. It's just a game. Everything that we have seen captured on your iPhone screen can't conceal the howling screams. Oblivion, oblivion reigns. Oblivion reigns. Tell me why. Let Gaza live.
Anyway, that was the Gaza, the Together for Palestine charity concert that was put on today. That was planned for a full year. Dozens of musicians, actors, activists, and speakers took to the stage at London's biggest stadium on Wednesday. The event, Together for Palestine, brought a star-studded lineup to Wembley Arena, included performances from Bastille, James Blake, Paloma Faith, Jamie XX, and Pink Panthers, as well as Palestinian artists such as Sama Abdullati, Saint Levant, and Eliana. I mean this in the most respectful way possible, but isn't $2 million a little low given the size of the event and celebs and stuff? I'm just thinking of like past fundraisers, like smaller creators came together to get. I wouldn't have thought there'd be more. Like obviously every bit helps, but I don't know, my expectations are out of whack. I mean, I think that's valid. Like we raised $1.7 million on the fundraising stream that we did, not having these types of names. Like I know you're not saying like, oh boo, why didn't you raise more money? I think, yeah, maybe, I don't know. Is that 10% mark? Well, I don't know if it ended then, but like at 10 p.m. it was announced the show had raised $2 million. Here's what I will say. What I think is good, I agree. I think this type of event's a very effective in visibility. I think it's good to have a lot of big stars like this who are doing something like putting on a very public fundraiser for Palestine. $2 million is still, it's still a lot of money, but yeah, I get it that like, I don't even think people knew this event was happening today until afterwards when they saw clips. So I think, yeah, it's not Live Aid. It's not We Are the World. But yeah, maybe it was less of the focus being on the amount of money raised and more on awareness. You know what's so funny is I do think that that is an interesting example, though, of how it's an interesting example of the power that internet content creators have and like how tuned in their communities are. Because between a group of YouTubers and Twitch streamers, we raised almost the same amount of money because our communities are like very they're like locked in on this kind of stuff. Where we did a live stream, which is the, you know, the nature of what we do here. Like I live stream every night. You guys are used to being a part of a live stream, and it's very community driven. And so I think just showing like, even if you have a lot of really famous people like Florence Pugh and Benedict Cumberbatch, if it's not advertised the right way, or if it's not like an event that you get people involved in, you know, watching and donating who are just community driven that way. You can still donate as well. You can still donate on their website, and the money goes to, so they had a couple groups that they were fundraising for. The Palestine Children's Relief Fund, PCRF, which was one of the fundraisers that we had as well, or one of the groups we had as well. Palestinian Medical Relief Society, and Tawan, which runs orphan care programs in Gaza. Several of the speakers criticized other celebrities for staying silent about the ongoing suffering of Palestinians. That's what should be happening. Like, celebrities need to be holding their own accountable. Silence in the face of such suffering is not neutrality. It is complicity, and empathy should not be this hard, and it should never have been this hard, said actor Florence Pugh. There are many artists that I love and that I know you love that have hundreds of millions of followers, and they're saying nothing in this moment, said actor Nicola Coughlan. It's because Twitch viewers are filthy rich. I know you all are secret billionaires. Less expenses too. Yeah. Do you know if there's going to be another thing like Creators for Palestine again? I have not heard of like the next fundraising event. Obviously, if there is something, I'll be a part of it. I think the Creators for Palestine had a great build up. Everyone posted about it for months. I think it was helpful for visibility. Yes, there was definitely a lot of like a lot of helpful, a lot of good marketing around that event. And also it's people who individually like got their communities involved. Yeah. Here's their website, Together for Palestine. Now it says begins, so I don't know if this is a like, is this a multi-day thing? It's not working. Hold on. I don't know why. I think the parasocial element of influencers leads to more donations than celebs people like but aren't invested in. Yeah. I agree with that. Okay, wait. That wording is so interesting that it says begins September 17th. So maybe they have a multi-day event. The page had the stream on it right below. It says video unavailable. This video is private. Yeah, maybe they have something else planned, but Nicole's a gangster. She's awesome. You know what's amazing too is like she's been out here advocating for a minute, and certainly has been advocating before there kind of seemed to be a big wave of celebrities who were speaking out for Palestine, and somehow she seems to have avoided the Zionist attempts to cancel her. I've not seen her lose jobs, at least that we're aware of. Don't jinx it. Yeah, that's true. Okay. All right. Should we do something fun to end stream since it's been a bit of a doozy? I already talked for 4 hours. Usually, oh shit. Wait. They need it tonight. Actually, okay, wait. BBC is asking if I can do this tonight. It's a live interview. What do you... Should I be like, sorry, I have to game? So sorry. But I promised that I would game. They need it tonight because their show tomorrow most likely won't cover it. That seems bizarre. That seems strange that they wouldn't cover it the next day. Like this is not a 24-hour news story. Like this is not just something that it's like, oh, it's over. It's done. It's almost 9 a.m. there. Damn. Leave a video to babysit us while you do it. Well, I'm assuming I'll need to like use my camera and everything. I want it within the next half hour. Okay. Well, poop. I'm not going to do that, but how funny if I was like, sorry, BBC, but I'm a gamer and it's time to game. Crumpets, thank you for the 5 gifted subs. Thank you. I accept the apology. Zio, thank you for the gifted. Should I have Farley in the cuck chair? Okay, I'll do it. Can they send... All right. I gotta free the Jimmies. Can they send any questions? They have... What is going on in America? What is happening with Jimmy Kimmel? We talked to Caroline Kwan to find out just what in the hell is going on. Sorry, BBC. I can't give you my thoughts because I've got to play a video game. All right. Use that. Wait, should I use a British accent? Should be like, hello, my name is Caroline Kwan, and I am here to defend the Jimmies. I am here because I am the biggest Jimmy Kimmel fan in the world. And what is happening is simply outrageous. Savas, thank you for the 21 months. Hogan, thank you for the gifted sub. All right, y'all. I'll just do a full-on transatlantic accent. Oh, you want to talk about Jimmy Kimmel? Well, you've come to the right person. You have come to the right person indeed. Do the interview as Fashion. Yes, my name is Anti-Fashion. I've heard they're looking for me. Well, Mr. Trump, here I am, you old bag. I heard you were looking for me, you old fool. Yeah, okay, so you can blame BBC for there being no gaming tonight because I'm going to go do this interview because I have to go defend Jimmy Kimmel's honor with my life, okay? So sorry. Of course, right when I was like, let's do something fun. Let's do something great. Tomorrow, is Rust starting tomorrow? Do we know? Will we ever get more peak or is it dead? We'll get peak. Yeah. We'll get another peak night. Rust is starting. Wait, it starts Saturday now? I thought it was tomorrow. It's the, oh, they must have moved it. For you, thanks for being here. No, thank you. Thank you. All right. Then I'll figure something else out. I'll figure something else out for tomorrow. I'm going to raid Will. Let's do BBC Jimmy Kimmel raid. Shit. God, I changed all. This is so annoying because it's good. I locked down all my shit last night. Nico spent an hour and a half with me just like walking me through security stuff, but it means I like am logged out of things. So every time I try to type in the chat in OBS, it's like, you need to log in. I'm like, you know what? I don't think so. The raid is BBC. Oh no, he's going to think that's something else. Anyway, all right, y'all. Sorry to cut us short. But I will see you guys tomorrow. Wish me luck. I cannot believe that this is my first BBC interview, and I'm talking about the guy. I'm talking about the guy who makes celebrities read mean tweets about themselves. Who would have thunk? Okay. See you tomorrow. Thanks for joining me. Keep your wits about you. Keep your head up. Everything is gonna be A-okay. And if not, at least we have this, you know? All right. Good night, everybody.